Good morning, everyone. My name is Siyabulela Mashalaba. I'm the program director of the day, going with Osis PG Oboli. She's one of the ladies abapha alumni office. Then I think, Sis Buli, you need just to greet your people because of the time and also the speakers.
Well, you say I must greet, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, fine. Let me do just that. I needed to be sure. You know, in communications, you need to properly understand what is being said and don't assume. So I did not want to assume and greet only to learn that I was expected to pass a vote of thanks. But while we are starting, this is our very first program as the Convocation in the University of Fort Hare. As I am already been introduced, Ndingubuli Wakakanyaza, born and bred in this area, Alice. Actually, I stayed here in Kabayam Ilapa, Fort Hare. We used to have rondavels towards East Camp. My family lived there for ages. So I have been with the university long even before I knew who I was. But thank God, the university nurtured me and it gave me more than I ever asked for, because I came in here as a nobody and today I am being introduced as the secretary of the Convocation. I'm a round of applause, good people.
Oh yeah? It's good to note that we are having e-legends in the province of e-legends, yes. Asisweli, thank you very much. Because of time, I'm thinking that we have to run with the program, and given the fact that each were allocated 30 minutes, of which I do not know how will they do that, to talk for 30 minutes. However, this is gonna be possible. I'm thinking that we're gonna need to go straight to the program where we have to call advocate, my learned friend, UFH Convocation President, to come and welcome and make remarks and also acknowledge those who will make this day possible, who will be part of today's program. Mr. Mini.
Please do note, we're expecting nothing less than a high-level president, high-level opening remarks, isn't it? High level.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Top notch.
I don't know what's your plan about this, but probably whatever it is working. Yes. We all have our forms of disabilities, and I have a firm belief that all the human being, at least the natural human being, not the juristic persons, they live with one form or the other of a disability. So mine is that of being vertically challenged. And I suspected a high form of sabotage when this was lifted in an uncomfortable way. But I had to create my own comfort in that discomfort. Ladies and gentlemen, in a much more higher kind of note, allow me to express my deepest gratitude. Let me pass my special greetings to the program directors of today, the Secretary General of the University of Fort Hare Convocation, Ms. Buli Kanyaza, as well as my learned friend, Mr. Mashalaba. Mr. Mashalaba, we share a very special relationship that started from the very first day I set my feet at Fort Hare. We were classmates, we graduated on the same year, and he remained at the University of Fort Hare to further his career, and then we moved out of the university. He has been a very reliable friend. He still is, even today. Colleagues, we I am standing here in front of you at an exactly 14 years JP that I was last in this green auditorium to address the masses of the students. I remember very well, it was around about this time in 2008 when I had to hand over the baton to the next SRC president, the then Mzuki Sitegiso, who was elected after me when I was SRC president. So it's a special moment. It is exactly again 14 years where I remember that we last quench our thirst from the water and the fountains of the Kume River. And we share a very special relationship with this university. It is again the moment that ignites memories that once walked in the holy grounds of Victoria and Griffith Mxenge, that once shared as part of our academic stay in this university. It again, Mavui, reminds me of the special moments where we used to cross the Hawksburg Road towards the other side where we did not stay, in searching more often than not for the soulmates that some of us got in this university and some of us did not get. So it marks a very special moment for all of us. But also, we are coming here to this university to realize that University of Fort Hare is a special university where any one of us who has once walked in the path of this university, you always have part of your heart buried in the University of Fort Hare. It produces a special breed of graduates that can stand any trial and tribulations in the world that we're living in today. We're again reminded of the fact that we are coming here, University of Fort Hare is one of the universities in the Eastern Cape. Not arguably, but as a matter of fact, Eastern Cape has got a high number of universities in the country. And inevitably, we're also producing highest number of graduates as a province. But quite sadly, the unemployment rate of graduates in this province is sitting at 42%, which is a higher statistic than any other unemployment of graduates in any other province. Part of this is attributed to the failure of our government to change the trade patterns after 1994. In the Eastern Cape, everybody who passes a degree, if you don't get absorbed by government, you must then cross the Orange River or cross the Aberdeen to the Western Cape to search for greener pastures. And this has been our history, it has not changed. Now, the occasions such as this give us a baseline or to mark a landmark into saying how far have we gone in tampering with the status quo. And hence these occasions becomes necessary to do that kind of yardstick in prophesizing the way that we still have to traverse as a nation. University of Fort Hare, therefore, as part of its pillars, teaching, learning, research and community engagement, we have got a greater role to play in ensuring that we nurture our own graduates for the challenges ahead. We're therefore going to be giving space, platform, to all the distinguished guests that are here today to display their knowledge, experience and expertise in ensuring that they put them to the disposal in bettering the lives of the students of the University of Fort Hare. In those words, I wish to welcome everybody who is here today and to say this is a time to expose and display the revolutionary mind that we get from the University of Fort Hare. Robert Sobukwe once said, let Fort Hare be what Stellenbosch is to the Afrikaners, the beacon of hope for the blacks. I wish to reiterate those words today and say this is a University of Fort Hare that we wish to see. I, for one, have graduated from this university and I've got no worries about my standing. I've got no worries about my standing in the social platforms, in the economic platforms, and in the political platforms. I stand up and speak and many people listen. I stand up and talk after I've spoken. A lot of people get convinced because I am a graduate of this university. And that's a kind of mindset, JP, that we want to inculcate. That University of Fort Hare is but a beacon of hope to those who are hopeless. I always say everything that gets to be touched by this university, it is always amazing. If you ask for a flower, University of Fort Hare will give you a garden. If you ask for water, University of Fort Hare will give you an ocean. We can talk till tomorrow, but I welcome everybody to this particular occasion, and I hope we'll have a fruitful engagement in this symposium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mini, for welcoming us on behalf of the UFH Convocation. I believe that when you say you always stood and talked in front of us and convinced us, that is true, in the sense that some lawyers are not liars, but we were convinced anyway. Now, I think I need to call our Dean of Students, a member of UFH, MEC member. When the only thing that you did, you gave us this high level opening and welcoming for EUFH Convocation. Now, I believe that the Dean of Students will come on behalf of the university and welcome us all. The Dean.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Dean.
Let me start from the beginning. Program directors, Ms. Wuli Ganyaza and Siabulela Mashalaba, thank you very much for the opportunity. When I say let me start from the beginning, I also want to indicate that I'm also a resident of Alice. Don't be misled by my accent. I was just born on the other side of the equator. But I must confess that when I was young, I had a hope of being part of UFH, I think by then as a student. But then, because it didn't happen, I said, by hook or crook, I must end up being at Fort Hare, and here I am today. President, let me also declare my disability, in particular in times of this when there's load shedding. My disability is the complexion that I have. So those of you who use spectacles to balance the vision, this is the time so that you can be sure that MEC or Management Executive Committee of Fort Hare was represented in this session. Otherwise, you are just going to say we had the voice. Just to also thank you, JP, in advance for organizing a session of this nature 2 years after COVID has been with us. It is more than a year now since I've joined this university, but I'm seeing my colleagues here for the first time, face to face. I was saying to one of my managers that let me give you a handshake because it's for the first time since I joined the university. Thank you so much. Also further just to request and plead with members here that I would want to be excused just before 12 to attend the meeting of the Management Executive Committee of the university. That being said, the Honorable MEC of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Mr. Zolile Williams, the President of the Convocation, Mr. Advocate Andile Mini, members of the Executive Committee of the Convocation who are gathered here with us, the Deputy Director for Public Employment at the Department of Employment and Labor, Mr. Trevor Ramngwana, the guest speakers of the Workplace Readiness Workshop Program who are here with us today, students and staff, students in particular, who are bringing us here for this important event. On behalf of the university management, I really want to extend my word of welcome to you all. The university management appreciates your presence because this is the partnership we need on our decade of renewal. Employability and work readiness are increasingly being prioritized in the labor market and higher education environment. Developing transferable skills and supporting students to gain meaningful employment is a key function of universities. Work or career readiness is a vital area for us of focus for institutions who are committed to producing graduates who are ready to enter the workforce. This is especially relevant in today's post-2020 skill-based economy, where the labor market demands both more digital and more human skills, and where graduates acquire intimate knowledge and understanding of how to inform future employers of their required skill sets. Being able to reflect and articulate the skills gained during university studies will facilitate a smoother transition from study to career. Studies defines work readiness as the extent to which graduates are perceived to possess the attitudes and the attributes that make them prepared or ready for success in the work environment. In short, it can be understood as the extent to which students are prepared to transition from student to an employee. Since work readiness is a good gauge for a graduate's long-term performance, employers are increasingly being drawn to work-ready graduates. Globally, examples of work readiness include, and not limited to, communication skills, strategic and logical thinking, collaborations, problem solving, self-management, market and consumer understanding, initiative taking, innovations, leadership and administrative skills. I think this is what I needed most. Organizational thinking, job ethics, motivation, time management, digital marketing expertise, emotional intelligence, creativity, social skills, and many more. These are the soft skills that we want our graduates to have. As UFH graduates prepare to enter into an increasingly volatile and competitive labor market, the institution is supporting additional opportunities to facilitate smoother transitions from university life into employment. All of us, we need to play a role. And when I say all of us, I mean ourselves as the university management, yourselves as students, yourself as Convocation. Those of you who had the opportunity to go through our strategic plan 2022 to 2026, you would know that our goal number 3 is about improving the quality of student life and enhancing their experience. One of the objectives there is to ensure that we empower students with the necessary graduate skills that will assist you to enter the job market. So that is just to indicate that the university prioritizes that area and will do everything to make sure such a mandate is fulfilled. We therefore have the responsibility as management to ensure that you have a conducive learning environment and also that we offer to you qualifications that are relevant, that talks to the outside industry. It is for this reason that you have a program of this nature today. But on a daily basis, you are still able to go and visit our student counseling unit where you get all the information on career matters. As alumni, we also expect a lot as we partner in this journey. President, we want you and your team to give us feedback on the world of employment. Which skill sets do they want? What is the direction that they are taking? And in that, you will be able to converse with our faculty boards in ensuring that the programs or the curriculum is aligned with what the world of work needs. As students, you also have a very bigger responsibility. I was sharing with someone before I came into this auditorium that if you are doing political sciences, for an example, you need to be actively participating wherever you are in all the political space. When we speak of work-integrated learning and internships and so on, it's simply to say we understand you've been given the theoretical work, but put it in practice. If you are doing agricultural sciences in the area like Eastern Cape, where land is galore, and you don't have just little yard to plant in your backyard, something it's not aligning well there. All I'm trying to say is be ready and be a willing participant in the program that you are doing. It will then facilitate your skill sets as you leave the university. But I think very critically, you also have the responsibility to ensure that our qualifications are always respected in the country. How can you do that? One other thing is to ensure that the university environment is stable as it is. We do have a lot of issues that we still need to improve as the university. But by talking, identifying, have a plan to address them, then we enhance the brand and the image of this university. No employer would want to be associated with us if we are always in the news for the wrong reasons. So you have the responsibility to ensure that the qualification that you get has got value, because employers would know a person who has been at Fort Hare has studied for all the days that are prescribed by the department for a student to study and complete a qualification. So, once again, I want to invite you to come and use our available services. Program directors, I know you said the high level one. I think I'm on my 6 minutes now. Let me go towards conclusion. The MEC of the university, together with the Student Affairs Department, once again, welcome this initiative and effort by Convocation and Alumni Relations in institutional advancement for conceptualizing and hosting this half-day workshop. It will provide students with additional opportunities to recap and reflect the skills they have learned and demonstrate how they can be applied when preparing for and entering the workforce. During the workshop, UFH alumni and other partners will use their skills and expertise to provide final year students with the guidance needed to become a work-ready graduate. The university is also excited to have secured the involvement of the Department of Labor and Employment. Later, after the workshop, the department will provide an overview of work opportunities in the government, and I'm also told students will be registered for such opportunities. We wish you very well with this initiative, and we would like to express our deep gratitude to our alumni and especially our Convocation for sacrificing their time with this program. Thank you so much.
I am already inspired. To be part of Uno College is no child's play. Many of students came and worked in the very same corridors in the university, and we claim them as being part of us, with Convocation, and to be our alumni. By the way, it says final year students and undergraduate program. We are prepared to welcome you as you'll be graduating in no time to come on board and be part of us. So this workshop is by no means any mistake, but it is an effort of saying you are ready and we want to make sure that you are more than ready, so be prepared. Let me welcome on board our good friend, JP, who will talk to us more on the importance of this workplace readiness. What is it? Why are we here? What's this? Okay, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Again, just a very warm welcome to our students. Members of the MEC are represented by the Dean of Student Affairs, the Executive Committee of the University of Fort Hare's Convocation, which we are very proud of and fantastic to collaborate with them on this project. Also to our president of the Convocation, Advocate Minnie, and then our panel of distinguished guest speakers who will shortly commence with their presentations. But also we would like to extend a very warm welcome to the Department of Employment and Labour, and then a little later we will be welcoming the MEC of Kochta. All right, so today marks an important workshop as final year students start transitioning from being students to graduate and finally join the ranks of UFH alumni next year. And it's basically against this backdrop that the Convocation and the Alumni Relations Unit co-crafted a special workshop that will empower and equip students to be ready for the workplace and to instill, very importantly, a mindset of perseverance, hope, and determination. I do believe that within every Fort Harean graduate, student, staff member lies the ability to be great and extraordinary, to be innovators, to be agents of change, and importantly, to renew our society. In fact, as you know, we had our National Development Plan 10-year anniversary year on Friday, and we were reminded by the SRC president that our students are not the leaders of tomorrow, they are the leaders of the now. And I want to also agree with our Convocation president that yes, the university's graduates are a very special breed of people. Every day there's enormous excitement as we see how our students are achieving. Whether it's winning the Varsity Shield Cup, publishing their own books, undertaking groundbreaking research, some working in very high and influential positions in society, companies like Google, Fort Harean alumni. Workplace readiness, as alluded by the Dean, the purpose of our workshop today is defined as the process of equipping oneself with skills, self-sufficiency, and resources needed to land the perfect job. Another definition of workplace readiness is commonly expected skills that your employers are going to be looking at, and behaviors called soft skills such as employability or job readiness. No matter what technical skills a job may require, and remember, the university has given you technical skills in the field of your study, every job also requires a set of social skills and interpersonal skills. So I am delighted this morning to just very briefly introduce to you a curated set of speakers who have sacrificed their time to be with us and who have sacrificed it with great passion and excitement. I just quickly want to introduce, if I may, program directors. Just a very quick overview of our speakers, and firstly our host, Advocate Minnie. Advocate Minnie is a governance specialist admitted to the High Court. As an advocate, he is a businessman, community development activist, and also, as he said, a former SRC president. I'd like to just tell you the jacket that the SRC's members are wearing was actually introduced by Advocate Minnie's SRC colleagues. The advocate is also a former non-executive director and the board chairperson of my Buye Transport Corporation and the board chairperson of the Chris Hani Development Agency. Development, very important thing for us here at the University of Fort Hare. He is also the non-executive director and chairperson of the Finance and Investment Committee for the University of Fort Hare Foundation. Advocate, your efforts to fundraise for our foundation, to give back to our students, does not go unnoticed. We thank you for the efforts with the Convocation executive and the alumni. He's also serving as the regional treasurer of the African National Congress in the Chris Hani region. All right. Then I would like to introduce to you Vuyoseka Mbokela. Vuyoseka graduated from the university with a Bachelor of Applied Communication in Honors. Now, Vuyo, I'm going to do something very strange this morning. I'm going to quote a piece of media that was written about you almost a decade ago, when many of our students sitting here would be in Vuyo's shoes. So this was now Vuyo a few years ago. And I just want to read this article because the article actually very much aligns to the purpose of today. When Vuyoseka was an intern at the Department of Transport. The article quotes her as saying the following, and I want you to listen very carefully. It was hard looking for a job completing my studies. I'm very grateful to have received this opportunity in the public sector. This is now the internship. This opportunity will help me enhance my skills and understand how the public sector functions. It will also enable me to interact with people and to inform my community on how government works. Today, she is working as the spokesperson for the MEC of Education in the Eastern Cape. And it would only be fitting for her to focus, therefore, on the topic of communication and job interview skills. All right. Next, we are excited to have actor Katurau. Oh no, I must apologize. That is a tongue twister. I'm going to try again. Actor Katurara. Is that correct? I'm getting the actor, but we're work colleagues. He says I'm close. Actor joined the universities in the mid-90s as a student, where he obtained an LLB degree and B Juris, and thereafter he spent some time working legislative drafting as a corporate legal officer for the Zimbabwean Broadcasting Corporation. He was awarded prestigious scholarship to study for an LLM at the then University of Natal. He later obtained a postgraduate diploma in higher education and training. He has taught a wide range of undergraduate courses, supervised postgraduate students, and presented numerous papers on various subjects of law. And he's also the recipient of the VC's Teaching and Excellent Awards. Currently, he is the Executive Operations Manager in the Office of the Registrar at University of Fort Hare. And his topic today is going to be teamwork in the workplace. Next, Nomsa Kana. Ms. Nomsa Kana holds a Bachelor of Science majoring in computer science and chemistry. She works as an entrepreneur in the broadband infrastructure. So, if you want more broadband, Nomsa is here to speak to you about that. But very importantly, she is a lobbyist for sustainable resource use, and she's led the South African delegation to the World Sustainability Energy Forum. In 2019, she was appointed to serve as a commissioner for 4IR, an initiative of our South African president. She has studied nuclear science and serves as a governor for the Nuclear Energy Foundation Agency, which is a commercial African group that advocates for alternative energy sources in 43 African countries. Let that just sink in. Nuclear science, broadband. I spoke earlier about Fortarians being very important in special places. This really is profound. She will be talking about workplace creativity and problem solving. We're almost done. Next, I don't think this professor needs any introduction, but Prof. Jabulani Keshwa is an associate professor in the Department of Psychology at the University of Fort Hare. He has got a master's degree in psychology from UJ, a postgrad diploma from Stellenbosch, and a PhD from Northwest University. He has published in almost 50 journal articles. Yeah, I know. And he is subject expert, area of expertise is naturally psychological well-being, and I think we are very honored to have him with us. He's presented all over the world from Ghana, Portugal, and Canada, and he's also authored a chapter in one of the most widely booked psychological texts used in South Africa. So Dr. Keshwa will be preparing you on the topic, a right mindset after graduation. All right. I also just want to make a very special note to welcome our colleagues, as I said earlier, from the Department of Labour and Employment, and I want to firstly just acknowledge the presence of the provincial head, Nomfundo Jack. Thank you very much for being with us. Now, it's very exciting because the other two colleagues are also alumni of the university, and Mr. Trevor Ramwana, he is the Deputy Director for the Department of Employment and Labour with more than 15 years of experience in the public sector. He graduated from UWC with a Bachelor of Arts, majored in psychology. He's done his postgraduate diploma in education at UWC, and finally he moved over to UFH, where he obtained a honours in social science, focusing on development studies. His years of experience are at the forefront of managing government skills development projects, especially big government infrastructure projects, training the unemployed for projects. His topic today is a presentation for practical and psychological skills for job hunting. And finally, we have Dr. James Barry Minnick. He is a mental health professional who has worked in education, mental health, business, and the field of addiction. He currently manages 16 career counselors and 15 intern career counselors throughout the Eastern Cape and coordinates the department's psychometric assessment services. I do believe he graduated from the university this year with his Doctor of Philosophy in Social Science Psychology. He has a special interest in frustration management and performance psychology. So, Doctor, I think if my colleagues are frustrating me, I must come and knock on your door. Is that correct? There we go. All right. And Dr. Minnick is going to speak to us about creativity and problem-solving skills for the work environment. So, students, as you can see, a very, very good lineup of speakers. And I'm just quickly going to ask the speakers to just stand as I call their names out. For Yoseka Mbukela, if you can just smile and wave. Thanks for being with us. Actor, if you can just smile and wave. Nomsakama. Kana, my apologies. Thank you. Professor Jabulani Keswa. Trevor, if you can just introduce yourself and smile and wave. We're live streaming to our East London campus. And finally, Dr. Minnick. Thank you very much. We hope you enjoy this morning. Thank you, program directors.
Thanks to you, JP. That is our director in marketing and communication, which is in institutional advancement, where he did an excellent job introducing, yes, urban communication, my boy, introducing our guests. I don't know what I don't know what are we doing right, but yet wrong. Looking at load shedding, our government advocate, they have 100% service delivery on load shedding, more than any other service. However, we go back, we say, this is education, it is a beacon of our future. Looking at UCT, looking at words, you'd find out that they do not complain as we do in the Eastern Cape. What is it that we do wrong or right, yet wrong? Something that we need to look in our province, advocate, we need to look at that someday. It's not today's topic. Now I'm going to call upon my colleague, alumnus, Umsasazi, who's going to talk and tell us about e-communication and also the interview skills, because we found out that we have gained the information that we want for a specific qualification. But little did we know is the way on how to express ourselves when we go to interviews. And I think Negwa Baba, Tanakatada, please come through. We say Kambakaila.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I would like to take this opportunity, firstly, and greet the leadership of the university, the MEC of the university. JP, I'm battling with this acronym, MEC. In the context of where I work, is the member of the Executive Council. And as I'm here today, I was supposed to have been in Ecala. And I then decided to tsotsa my boss. So when you say MEC, it's like I'm going to see this guy around. I'm a bit worried. But first and foremost, colleagues, I would wish to take this opportunity again and thank the University of Fort Hare And we thank also all the colleagues and the participants that are going to be in this session, that are going to come before this podium and share the experiences with you as the Forte community. I must say, this is a first of its kind, an opportunity, JP, that we were unfortunately never been presented with. And I can tell you, having traversed the road since 2012, when I left the University of Forte and today, I believe that this is a life-changing opportunity for those who are still looking, or for those that are yet to look for a job. I'm hoping that the presentation will be flighted, but it seems as if the technology is challenging the team. My presentation is on the communication, and it's not the communication that you would have studied. Okay. It's not that which that is in the book, and it is not what you are going to be taught by your lecturer, but it is what then happens as at and when you reach the working environment. Firstly, what is communication?
When I get the technical glitches that we're experiencing now, in the reminder of COVID. When kufike outbreak, yavele yasi disorganizer. So much that we realized, oh, but you are on your own.
Yeah.
Because you could not visit anyone. You had to stay at home, even if you had fuel, but you just had nothing to do than staying at home. Uziloke. So this experience has reminded me of that outbreak. We are now with technicians, but they are busy troubleshooting. The technology is like, it won't budge.
Yeah.
Are we safe now?
Yeah.
Are we getting there? All right.
Yeah, thank you very much, Program Director. In that period of COVID and virtual, there's a lot that we saw as people in the work environment. The first one is what is communication? Communication is an ability to express yourself. When you are called in an interview, the most important thing is an ability to express yourself. And when you express yourself, you answer 3 important questions. The first question will be, tell us about yourself. And most of the time when you are being asked to tell us about yourself, we think that you must tell people where you stay, what you like, or what you drink, or what type of music you like. When you are asked that question, they are asking, who are you? You then say, I'm Vise Kambotlela. I'm a graduate of the University of Forte. I've got honors in communication, currently enrolled in the very same university with masters in African politics and development. I am 35 years of age. I like communication. I've decided to do it because of 1, 2, 3, 4. The second important question that is asked is about the job that you have applied to. They will tell us, why do you think that we must employ you? And in that moment, you need to understand what was in the job description. Because a post is advertised with key responsibilities and a job description. The response to that is to say, this is the job description, and this is how I can do the work that is prescribed in the job description. The third important question will be, why do you think we must employ you? And that question is the one that is able to scale whether you understand or whether you have done enough research about the company and the job itself. It is only then when you must narrate a story that in 2019, as a Department of Education, you were at 75% in terms of matric pass. In 2020, you were at 64%. In 2021, you were at 73.4%. In this year, you are likely to be there because of 1, 2, 3, 4. And my contribution as a communications officer then will be to market what you are doing. Because the panel is interested in knowing whether you know them than you wanting to be employed and get paid. The last important question during the interview will be the one that says, we're done with the questions. It's your time now. It is in that moment where the question that you ask to the panel defines most importantly who you are. It defines it in the sense that it is able to tell whether are you a person that appreciates a moment that other people have not got. Because when you apply, there are almost like 30,000 applications that comes. But out of that 30,000, you are one of the 3 that has been called for an interview. First thing, you must give a thank to the staff at HR that took time to go through your interview, that prepared the whole session. And the last important thing, the fact that you were given an opportunity to come and be in this same building where the interview is taking place. It is that critical question where they get to know whether are you an appreciative person or not. And it is in that moment where they would know that are you a person that even if you are not given this interview, you are not given this job, you will crack or you will continue searching for the job. And one other thing that you must understand during an interview, the communication of that moment is your brand. The communication of that moment is your brand. Now, what is the setup that which you must then analyze whether your communication was a catalyst to the job or not? One is the feedback. 2, it's how your message was received when you were answering questions. Once a panel says, can you please repeat that? You repeat the response, and then again says, no, I didn't get what you were saying. What you were saying? Then that's the feedback. And more than the panel, it speaks to your ability to narrate who you are as a person that is being interviewed. And in terms of communication, between the sender and the receiver, there's always noise. But the noise that is there now is at a mental level, and it's at a language level that they have heard you responding, but they have not yet heard you. You have responded, but you have not responded. They ask questions, And those questions are the one that defines whether they are interested more in the information or they did not even hear you at all. And understanding communication, how communication happens, it's important. All what you have heard in the class, in an interview, is practical. Is practical in the sense that it is what is going to happen even after. Because after an interview, you are employed, then whatever that you do needs to be out of an assumption. Needs to be out of an assumption. When you answer, there must be no assumption that maybe she is saying this or maybe he is saying this. They must not have many questions about what you said, because it may be an interpretation that they have heard you speaking, but they have not heard you passing a message. Now, let's go to selling yourself in an interview. In an interview, you must communicate to express yourself. Not to impress. Communicate to express yourself. And in that moment of expressing yourself, your body language is also important. How you sit in the chair and how you do gestures and how you do facial expression is part of expressing yourself in the interview session. And when you're making a communication in an interview, do what is called a theater of a mind. Make people remember you. They must be left with your picture permanently. They must continuously visualize what you said. If they don't know what a microphone is, if you are going for an interview for IT-related job, they must know a mouse. And if you're going for a job of an agricultural-related interview, they must know what is crossbreeding by how you express yourself, by how you pass the information. The other thing that is important is that you must communicate to share a view. Most of the time, our own interpretation and understanding of a job is that I must go, get a job, get paid in a month end. Not be interested whether the company or the institution that I work for is going up or going down. But when you go for an interview, you must have a way of expressing that besides just a job, I'm also interested in seeing this company moving from point A to point B. Moving from 73.4% to 76.6%. Because once you join it, when it's going down, it therefore means you are going to be unemployed. But when it's going up, it therefore means that more of the students of the University of Fort are going to be employed. So in that process of an interview, you have a responsibility to communicate so that you air a view that says you are able to move from here to there. But you moving from here to there, I need to be part of it. And the last important thing that you do in an interview when you communicate is to shape and give an advice. I'll make an example, President. I once went to a municipality called Sandys River Local Municipality for an interview in 2016 on your way to Cape Town on the side of Sarah Batman. And the research that I did showed me that actually there's no communication here. So, in me packaging the interview, when I was given an opportunity that, okay, out of all what you have heard and seen and understood little about this municipality, what do you think you can do? And I just so knew that this is the moment. I had to explain that firstly, you've got a challenge. Your website is not instant. Because it's also important how you tell limitations of the institution. You don't say your website is weak, it's not working. You present it as a challenge, which then necessitates your employment. Because once you say there's a challenge, it therefore means that there must be a solution, and you must be that solution. So I said, there's a challenge of your own your website. It's not updated instantly. And it does not speak of the future that you wish to see. And it does not speak to the community that you are so dearly serving. And I made examples. And after the interview, when I was outside, one of the panelists came to me and said, hey, you were very serious on that one, and it's very true. And I knew that, okay, fine. When they are doing an adjudication of the interview, this one is on my side. So it's important that you say a comment that you are expressing in the interview must be able to also give an affirmation that you are needed. In the last 2 weeks, I've seen that your network is having a problem, and I understand that there's a challenge of ESCOM, but I do believe that we can do this. Immediately, you include yourself. We can do this. And they will get to see that not just you wanting a job, you are also wanting to fix a challenge, and that challenge must be the one that takes the company to the next level or the institution to the next level. Then, the second thing in an interview, in terms of the communication that you have studied, there are barriers. But there are barriers in the interview itself. The first one is cultural. You would go for an interview, you are a person of a Muslim, and you are a female, and the panel, it's males. Trust me, the submissive way of you growing in your own Muslim belief, when you come for an interview, it can work against you as a person doesn't have a confidence. I'm not sure if you colleagues are understanding me. If you've been accustomed into when you see a man, you must immediately submit. You will do that even in an interview. And interpretation of the interviewing panel is that you don't have confidence on what you're saying. The second thing is the physical barrier. Physically, how you posture yourself in the chair, in the panel, and how you squeeze your shoulders like this. You squeeze your shoulders like this, but what you are saying with your mouth is very sharp. Than what you are saying, they are more worried about what you are doing. Once you are always shaking in a chair, you are fixing your jacket, You are not sure you are, but you are flowing in English. They would then say, you've got an ability to cram. No, she has an ability to cram, but she does not possess what she's speaking about. It then becomes a barrier. And also the emotional one. I know, colleagues, it's difficult to look for a job. It's difficult to get even an interview. But trust me, never go to an interview if you are not right here. If you are emotionally drained, because your performance is on your emotions. But your emotions can also be a barrier if you are too excited. The emotion controls how you behave in an interview. If you are excited, you're told that, go more that interview. After that, you are going to go somewhere in Nkonga. You are excited by Nkonga because it's for the first time for you to go there. Then you are going to have a problem in the interview itself. You need to be calm, psychologically you need to be ready, and even emotionally you need to be ready. And if you are hurting, don't go to an interview, you'll come crying, and you'll have a permanently broken confidence of going to interviews. And each interview, understand it as a training. You get the job, you don't get the job, it's a training that has been got for a day. And then, let's go to tips on how to prepare for an interview. The first thing, get facts and truth about the job you are applying for, you have applied for. You know, JP, people at HR will give you heaven and earth in the interview, in the advert. They will give you heaven and earth. And if you don't get inside information or at least a glimpse of the job, you will go there with the heaven in the interview and find hell. We want a person who is outgoing, ready to travel, do this, do that, do that. The institution doesn't even have a car to travel around. So, you need to get facts, and the facts that you need is that what then happens when I'm inside that job? Because it is going to inform the type of answers that you must provide. I will make an example, Susbul. When you are applying for a position of being a communicator in government, you would swear that you are applying for the most easiest, flamboyant, and exciting job. You are then employed, you are a government communicator. First thing that you must then have a fact and an understanding of is that it's going to be a hassle to be a communicator, because you must firstly introduce this thing called communication. In the very same institution or department that would have said they need a communicator. You would need to explain yourself every day in being a communicator. In a department where you applied when they said they need a communicator. And two, carefully examine the job description and its own requirements. I am a communicator, seer, but I'm not a writer. I am a communicator, I'm a speaker, but I'm not a writer. If in the job description of the post of communication manager, critically you must be writing, then you need to know whether must I apply for this job or not. Because even this claim that a person is permanent, then you can't be, the position that you're applying is permanent, you can be chased out when you don't perform. So when you get facts, when you carefully examine the job description, examine it against your own personal abilities. Am I able to write? Am I able to do an interview at 11 o'clock? Am I able to do this? Am I able to do that? And if you know that you're not, you need to be honest to yourself, because there's nothing painful like being dismissed in a job and be told that you are not performing. Because you will never because you'll never be employed anyway. The third thing, prepare yourself mentally, your voice projection, and your body language. The voice projection is important. Once you speak softly, there is a problem, because it talks about the confidence in you. And once you speak loudly, there is a problem in you not being a focused person. There's an interview that I'd wanted to download here and to show it here, which I once did. And immediately after that interview that was on TV, I got called by 3 departments across the province, the country, saying that, no, want to employ. I say, wait. The point is, that once you are too excited and your voice projection, it doesn't give it dignity. Once you are too soft, the voice projection doesn't give it confidence. You need to balance the two. There are people who have got a voice, let's say a soft voice by nature. But that soft voice by nature, you know that, no, this leader has got a soft voice. But when this leader speaks shaking, we know that there's a problem of confidence. When a person speaks so excitedly over an unexciting question, then we get to see that there's a problem here. – 80% of your own communication in an interview is in your body language. I don't know what happened here. Then, the next thing in an interview that you would need to consider is that the next last important thing in an interview is the behavior of the panel itself. You see, once you are answering and people are busy in their own laptops, they are busy answering their phones, they're shaking this and that, there's a problem. Because it means you have not been able to capture their attention. So you must read them as you must be worried about yourself. Read the audience itself as you must be worried about what you say. After the interview would have been done, after the interview that would have been done, be gracious and be sincere and just thank them of their time. Not long, not a speech, not a preamble, just thank them of their time. Then there's a communication at a workplace. Communication at a workplace, every sector of government has got what is called the structural dichotomy. And even if you are having first 3 months of not knowing the meaning of DDG in the context of Department of Education, you must know that there's a PA, there's a manager, there's a deputy director, there's a director, there's a chief director, there's a DDG, there's a cluster chief director, there's an SG. That's the hierarchy of officials in the Department of Education, just making that as an example. And all of these people, all of them, besides work, you mingle with them. Ne? You know that there's Andy Lemini is a chief director responsible for infrastructure. You call him strategist when you meet in the passages. At the workplace, communication must always be formal and official. And when I say formal and official, written, verbal, especially in meetings. That helps you to respect what this company stands for, besides the personal relationship that you would have with that particular individual who's a HR chief director or whatever the arrangement it is. And communication in the workplace, it is in 3 ways. It is written, it is verbal, and also it is in the form that which has not yet been formalized by government, which is, it is in the body language. Because in South Africa, we have people who are living in disability, and some of those disabilities is those who can't speak. They can speak, they can write, but they've got a way of communicating. So, every time you are in a work environment, communication is not in a friends like this kind of an arrangement, it's formal. Even if it's in a WhatsApp group, if you're talking to your chief director, still employ the responsibility of knowing that this is my manager. Because at work, colleagues, I tell you, you will start the job nicely. 3 years down the line, you don't even greet each other. And then when you don't greet each other, you will find a person going back to what you said when you were happy at each other, and take that to a process of a DC. It's happening. It's happening. Every time communication is formal at a workplace. And 2, at a workplace, the way you communicate the responsibilities that were given by your own manager, it defines the success yako and the success of the company. Let's make an example. As I'm here, there are 3 things that I should have done, which I did them before I could even wake up and leave my house. 1, should have issued a statement that the MEC is going to be meeting the Xhosa King's Dome. I did that. I should have issued a poster to the media to make sure that they are aware that the MEC is in is going to be in Xhosa Kingdom. I did that. The 3rd thing, I needed then to report to my manager. I did that. I'm not there, but he's certain that I've done the job. the manner in which you communicate instantly and fluently between yourself and the people that you work with defines the success of you, Qala, as a person. And it protects the work that you do. And it contributes in the growth of this very same company. Whenever I go around, the people say, hey, you are very busy there in the department, you're very busy. And the reason why they're saying we're very busy is because whatever that is taken as a decision by government, it must go to the public. Whatever that you do when you are a communications officer must be known by the instant people that you work with and must be known by even the most junior person in the institution that you work in. And the last important thing, communication protocols. You know, advocate, there's one thing that will continuously kill our own government. In fact, our own institutions. Is that thing of reducing work into iziduko. Hayi jola ndilibele, hayi ndilibele qengeba. And the reason why it is like that is because we don't want to, just generally as people, we don't want to be professional. You are supposed to have submitted a report at 12. Even if Mboxela is your madlomo, now madlomo, submit the report at 12. Leave the madlomo thing out of the communication protocol and out of the work of government or out of the work of the institution, because once you start elevating friendship, you reduce protocol. And once you reduce protocol, you reduce performance. Because everything else you will do it in a chomi thing. And I can tell you, the performance of this country reflects the type of people we are in government. I would say this again. The performance and the dissatisfaction of people in the country's service reflects who we are as public servants and who we are as people working in the private sector. And the critical contributor to that is the erosion of protocols of work environment. You might be two that stick to protocol, but stick to it. It helps you. Why was this? No, I did this. The person that I report to is Buli Ganyaza, I sent it to her. If whether she decided not to send it to the DDG and the SG, then it's not my baby to nurse, I've done my part. It's a protocol that you must learn, understand the structural dichotomy once you get to work and know who is your immediate manager. Even if you know that you'll submit late, make an indication that I was supposed to be submitting at 12, can you extend it to 30 minutes? That kind of understanding of protocol, it helps you a lot, and that kind of understanding instant communications, it helps you. And then you've got do's and don'ts. Guys, I said you must be ready for an interview. You must be prepared. You must be mentally ready. You must be physically ready. And though all of those are important, there are do's and don'ts. See them there. The most important thing, never ever send confusing statements. You see, these people whom are said to be politicians, at a workplace, they always like to spin doctor what they want to say. And they do that so that you get confused. And when you are confused, then you can't hold them liable. You are not understanding me. Once you are not simple in your communication, then the problem comes when there's a responsibility that must be taken. Once you speak in confusing way, you are automatically running away from responsibilities. I had thought, Imkile, there's no responsibility that's going to be taken there. You don't do that at work, especially when you are a manager, especially when you are given a task. And the other thing that you must never do is to communicate when you are not sure. If you don't have facts, details, and specific, don't communicate. Exclude yourself. Exclude yourself because communication is irreversible. What you say can be unsaid. Communication is irreversible. Do not communicate. Even in writing, even in texting, even in calling. Don't when you are not certain. The other important thing that you must never do in a workplace is to communicate when you are angry. So when you are angry, never make any form of communication. When you are angry, wait for the anger to go down. Start thinking about what you are going to say. Be it you are going to say it in a voice note, be it you are going to say it in a Facebook. Never communicate when you are angry. Never do that. There are many people that have been dismissed for what they said when they were angry, and when they were not angry, they say, hey, it was anger speaking. They'll say, no, it's fine, it was anger speaking, but your anger, and also you know the police. The last thing that you must never do at work. I read one Facebook post written by a chief of staff of the premier. He was like, let's have trick handles for these people who have got an ability to get inside the program and be busy chowing a bubble gum with very big sunglasses. Because you know that what is being communicated by those two things on a Monday at work is that your weekend was very busy. Bubble gum out, sunglasses out. The first day of the week and the last day of the week, they talk about you. We get to see who you are between Monday and Friday. But there's nothing else of VUCA up. By assessing how you arrive and when you arrive, and also how do you look on a Monday? And at what time do you leave on a Friday? It's a very serious thing. And I can tell you, there are many people who are having appeals letters somewhere, appealing for that behavior, but they are continuing with it. So Monday and Friday are critical days at work. And the last thing, colleagues, never overdress. Colleagues, this thing is serious. And I'm done, says Bull. Come. Never overdress for an interview. Never overdress at work. You know, when I was coming here, I knew that the most important thing that I would need to do is that when you look at me, you must have an ability to look at me. because of how I have dressed. Ne? And don't ever wear a makeup. Now we're going to discuss it, colleagues. But don't ever in your life going for an interview or going for a first day at work overdress the makeup. Yithi nje? Yabona mos yithi nje? It's for the ladies, yithi nje. And two, yabona mntasekhaya, that dress that is very good for nkonka, it's not very good for a professional job, because your body speaks you. Once you make a lot of makeup, there's a problem. Once you overdress, there's a problem. Because it means you are here, but you are not here. The last unfortunate thing, colleagues, that I'm going to tell you, there's a first time for an interview, there is no second time. Look, colleagues, you come once at the University of Fort Hare for an interview of being a vice chancellor. There is no any other interview that is going to come. You will go to UCT for another interview, not here. Whatever that you do on that day defines whether you are going to be here permanently or not. But there is no second time. Second impression can be in an entertainment industry. But even if they retract the post, I've seen it with my eyes. They retracted the post in one district municipality in this province where I applied and went for an interview. Mr. Min, they didn't call me, unfortunately. They called another group of people because they already know your report. So each and every interview, make it count, and you must know that first impression lasts. Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you very much, JP.
Well said, Sis Voi. I think her speaking her mind like that and simplifying her message to us, it reminded me of the parable of the 10 virgins. Siyazikhumbula? Do we know ezantombi zilishumi zaziyokhalela umyeni? The problem they had was not that they did not have the lamps or there was no bridegroom, but the problem was their state of preparedness. Sasingekho up to scratch. So the university can give you the qualification, a certificate, or apply ngaso, but this session is grooming us to be ready, to be prepared when we go there to do it right. Ne? So let's get as much as we can out of this session so that we're able to go there and represent and make your lasting impression. Because the first time you go there, you must do it right. I think I'm tempted. If you only agree with me, my co-program director, I'm tempted to take 3 hands at most.
Yes, BG.
With comms, what I know is that there must be feedback. I'm mindful of the time, but we are here to talk to you, not to talk with you. So let's talk, man. Let's make it an engagement session. I'll be noting 3 hands at most. You'll assist me, Mr. Mashalaba. There's a hand. I'll give you numbers, ne? So just stick to your number. Number 1, guy with a paper. Number 2, I'm looking this side. There's a hand. Number 3. Okay, I'm having those hands. Okay, yes, another one. You can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. I just have 2 quick questions. The first one, it's about remuneration. When you're asked about how much do you expect to get in this job, is it good to tell the figure? That's the first question. The second one, when you're given the opportunity to speak or ask question after the interview, is it good to ask about the feedback of the interview? Thank you.
2 questions. Second speaker.
Okay, thank you, Program Director. Thanks, when Miss Mboxela, or Miss Mboxela.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks for speaking nicely. My comment on this is that when our leadership,
Let's allow him.
you are unfair to me. You don't want to give me a chance. You laugh at me.
Let's allow him.
I will comment by actually creating a scenario leadership of my experience in terms of applying for a job and expect an interview as a feedback that will make you to progress in the field of work. What is happening here, in the past weeks, I applied for another position in one of the municipalities, which is Raymond Mhlaba Local Municipality. When I was taking those 4 CVs, because the position were for another one, unit manager in Klesi, another unit manager in Alice, another unit manager in Adelaide, another unit manager in Fort Beaufort. What I noticed is that in our municipalities or local government, regionalism and tribalism does not allow someone from another municipality to work to another municipality. It is designed that way. And then I apply here. When I submit these 4 CVs, I apply to all these 4 places. And then no one did that. I was number 11 on the list. They are saying that they are uncomfortable to say that this post is internal. What is internal? Because internal means that I'm in your payroll municipality. Whether in which capacity or as a what committee or as a councillor, whatever. I'm in your system. I will submit this CV. It's not because of your design. It's because of what I'm telling you. I submitted these CVs, all of them. When I submit these CVs, I say to them, I know that you are not going to shortlist me, but I submit these CVs.
Okay.
As I'm concluding,
Okay.
As I'm concluding, I'm trying to expose something.
Mhlambe masibuze ngoku. Uyaqonda?
Okay, again, ndiyabuza ke.
Okay.
Apha kulo mbuzo wami, umbuzo wami wena leadership, uyabona la nto yofunzwa amazwi emlonyeni, ukuthi thetha le, suyithetha le. Ngaso ndiye ngokuthetha oko mhlawumbe.
Okay, next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Thomas Sankara Lonam Temba Mketso from the Department of Social Science and Humanities. I'm a faculty councillor in that department. My question is simple, is this. I want to understand that issue of makeups from the ladies, but what is the issue of makeups basically during the interview? And the second question is on the cultural perspective, basically from the Muslim people. But as you said that, actually you was making an example basically on the Muslim people. So I want to understand, but if umntoli Muslim uchatile ke ngo, you mean that, as you said, benganxibi kakhulu for interview, bathini bona according to their cultural perspective of you benze njani, because xa sewutshatile we best believe into yokubana awukwazi ukukhulula ezaa ngubo zakho. Thank you.
This is the love I love most about, the part I love most about this session. Remember, we're saying it's an engagement session. So we need to hear your views. They do matter the most.
No. Thank you very much. I'll be very quick. On the first one, that relates to remuneration. There are two things that you are communicating by asking remuneration and how you respond. In fact, and how they respond to you. They will tell you whether you've got chances of notch progression. Ne? How they respond to your questions, they give you an indication whether you've got opportunities. Let me just allow the Honorable MEC to be seated. Thank you very much, colleagues. I was just responding to that. The manner in which the panel responds to you about the remuneration that you are asking is going to tell you whether if you've got chances of a notch progression or you don't. And how you ask it defines whether you are interested in notch progression or you are not. Okay, let me make this as an example. You are likely to get 20,000 a month, especially when you are working in a local municipality. The manner in which you ask the question would be, in terms of the municipality, a person who is earning 20,000 a month, how are the chances of him or her to get a salary raise in a period of 5 years? You say, in a municipality where a person is earning 20,000 a month, how are the chances of getting a salary increase in a period of 5 years? You ask it in a manner that does not talk to you alone, but includes everyone else. And you are saying to them, present a salary increase to me. The issue of a feedback, unfortunately, I'm a bit limited now. There's an Honorable MSc of Cogta. Because my example was to be on municipalities in terms of how often do they respond, or at least at which period. But in terms of a post, they will always say 30 days after. But I can tell you, there are those municipalities that would respond to you to tell you that you have not been successful, firstly. There are those municipalities that have got that ability, and they will then give you a word of comfort that unfortunately another candidate has been selected by the panel, but thank you very much for affording us an opportunity to interact with you. There are those municipalities. There are those municipalities that you will see, okay, or time they've taken Botlel, oh, okay, fine. They don't communicate after the interviews. But in a government that says we want to work and be efficient, it should be in a period of 7 days. At least 7 days in between. When it goes to 30 days, there might be serious lobbying taking place, you'll never know. So, expectedly, it should be not more than the 30 days. And then, you know, Ubudotatange issue of a job interview in the local municipality. In the process of scarcity of jobs, those that are available, they are highly contested. And some of the things that are said in contesting for that particular job, they don't represent the values of the government that we have. And even the values of being a human being. Because there's nothing that says, on the basis that I'm not born in Raymond Mhlaba, I can't work in Raymond Mhlaba. It's all about qualifications. But when there's a scarcity of jobs, such things cripple in. There's a point of order that I must raise on you. Can't ask about makeups, but it's fine, I'll answer you. This answer, colleagues, is to say, all of us, let's not be overdressed. There are males that are make-upping, by the way. No. There are males that are make-upping, by the way. They do manicure and pedicure. They do that. It's a reality. And by the way, there's nothing wrong in enhancing your beauty. Yeah, there's nothing wrong. Especially if you know you are a shiny person, you need to enhance your beauty. Order. And when I speak of overdressing, colleagues, there are males that overdress, wearing a very skinny jean that is revealing, and wearing a very small shirt that is revealing, that is being overdressed. And when I say that, I hope that you don't take it in a derogatory statement, because that's not the intention. But I'm just saying, dress properly and be comfortable and know that thank you very much.
I am tempted. I am tempted, but I know this is not my place. But allow me to just say, let us acknowledge the presence of the MEC, who has just joined us, and he will be introduced at the appropriate time by our one and only president of Convocation. Amongst us, bekekwa introduce almost after smile and show yourself. I'm watching carefully as you know, JP was doing this. He allowed everyone else to stand up, leaving out the head department or employment and labor, umama unomfundo fufu, dojek, nje smile nje, and wave. I'm doing this deliberately, JP. You know why? I want us, after this session, to talk in a closed session with the Department of Labor about opportunities for placement and all that for our university graduates. So I'm trying to come closer to her heart and see how we can win her over. She's an alumni, by the way. Allow me, therefore, to call my co-director and take this moment onwards.
Thank you very much, Sisi. BG, it's not that I don't want to, and I think they are enjoy. They are enjoy. Most of people that are going to speak here, they have that element, the alumni, and in the that thing. Now, I work for Social Sciences and Humanities and Assistant Faculty Manager, right? In my department, monthly, I always make the point that we are having umhluzi, we are having umgenya, and we call it amakwengwe, ne? Esa song singaslayiswanga. You know, we love that because of team building. But Hector, if you are a manager, you will be able to see for the fact that I'll take a song and Tumhluze Kaleni, Ditenge song as Kala song as so. Guzubendifuna Ukuzanalanda it's a team building, and so that we can see when we can act, and so that the one not take the one, but I know that there is a problem. That Executive Operations Manager in the Registrars Unit, please come through and tell us more about the teamwork.
Okay. While the technical team is setting up, wow, I didn't realize this is what was behind me, so I'm kind of taking it in. Because I was sitting there, I didn't realize that this is what was behind me. I appreciated very much the presentation that came just before mine. Where's Vuiseka now? She stepped out. Okay. I happen to be a soft-spoken person. So there was a time when she spoke about people who are soft-spoken, and you can tell that I'm soft-spoken. And while she was speaking, I got to think about one interview I went to. Now, against my better judgment, I had allowed my wife to prevail upon me to wear the new shoes that she had bought me for the interview. Now, it was an interview in Pretoria. So I had to go to the airport here and fly to Joburg and then the drive to Pretoria and all of that. By the time I got there, my feet had it. And at some point, just as we were starting the interview, I had to confess, and I said to them, if you see any funny expressions on my face, it's because my shoes are killing me. The beauty of it is that it became an icebreaker, so it worked in my favor. But I thought I should mention it because the shoes were killing me. So it just reminded me of that point about thinking about your dressing and making sure that you're comfortable. Thank you so much for that. Now, I've prepared this particular presentation in a bit of an unconventional manner, in that I just want to share stories that I've come across that have impacted how I think of teamwork and how I've experienced teamwork generally in my career. You've heard that I'm an alumnus of this university. Incidentally, almost 30 years ago, I was sitting in this very auditorium. Our orientation was held in this auditorium. And I had an experience of team dynamics in that orientation session. I remember in one instance, we were put into groups to debate some question that had to do with proposed censorship of a movie or a video or something like that. And the group dynamics were very interesting. And there was a lot of militants. And at some point, somebody said to me, you are advocating for censorship because you do not know what it was like under apartheid when we were denied access to things. And I was a bit scared. I also attended criminology in this same auditorium, so there are a lot of memories. We also used to watch movies in this auditorium. So Fort Hare is a place I came to in the 90s and almost never left, actually. And I've just transitioned from one thing to the other to what I am now. So I had no qualms when I was asked to come and participate here. Now, talking about teamwork in the workplace as part of work readiness, one of the things that I think you would agree with me is that teams are an integral part of just the very nature of how we live as human beings. Families can be conceived of as teams. Marriages as teams that require teamwork. The workplaces that we are in, some teams are hierarchical, Some teams are not hierarchical, they are flat, where there's a more egalitarian ethos, but nevertheless, there is teamwork. And therefore, there's no doubt in my mind that the ability to work in teams is an essential element of the arsenal or the equipment that you're supposed to have when you graduate. For a very long time, there's been a cry about what is referred to as the graduateness of the graduates that are coming out. In other words, how prepared are they for the life that is beyond their graduation? And I think one of the areas perhaps where we might need to do some work is this one. Now, I love telling stories. And so I'm going to tell a few stories today. Now, some of you might know this particular person who's on the screens in front of you. I'm not sure how legible it is because the screen is quite bright. So I would have loved you to be able to see that quote there and read it. Incidentally, I would have worn my alumni blazer, but the long story short, it has something to do with the load shedding. That I could not wear my alumni blazer today, but I would have really loved to wear my alumni blazer. Now, the story that I want to share with you first is that of a world-renowned neurosurgeon called Ben Carson. Some of you might even have seen a movie that was made about his life. It's called Gifted Hands. There's even a book or a couple of books about him as a neurosurgeon. In fact, he's a pediatric neurosurgeon, so he's got 2 specializations, and he's now retired. And the reason why I'm telling you this story is because one of the things he's well renowned for is, as a neurosurgeon, is his skill in separating core joint twins, technically known as Siamese twins. And the story that I want to start with had to do with the separation of Siamese twins who were joined at the head. Now, on that particular occasion, you can imagine this must have been quite a complex operation. It needed 32 specialists in order for them to be able to perform that particular operation. But not only did they need 32 specialists, they needed 2 sets of the 32 specialists. Because once they had separated the twins, they needed 32 of them to be working on the one twin and another 32 working on the other twin. Plastic surgeons, anesthesiologists, neurosurgeons, all sorts of different kinds of experts. Teams are not always that complex, but the point that I'm making here is that a lot of what we do is so complex that for it to be done by a particular person with only a certain set of skills or disciplinary knowledge would not give the whole solution. In fact, increasingly, you might have heard and picked it up from my bio, that my basic training is in law. And I think lawyers know this more than anyone else, particularly those who law within the context of law firms, how it is important to have that ethic of teamwork and being able to use and take advantage of the abilities of a team. So here's part of what Ben Carson had to say in reflecting on this particular momentous event where they had to separate these core joint twins, the Siamese twins who were joined at the head. He says, one of the reasons surgeons have so much trouble separating Siamese twins is that nobody gets to do many of them. On the table, the anatomy is so different from the normal that you are constantly trying to figure out, can I cut this? Does this wire to what? Does this wire lead to what? It's like trying to defuse a bomb. Now, you will see the heading on this particular slide say the need for teams. Number 1, complexity. But number 2, the world is full of puzzles and mysteries. One of the books written by a local author that I read in recent times is called you owe us your best, bring your peace. Essentially, the idea being that it's like you're working on a crossword puzzle, and you've got a unique piece that fits into a particular element there, and unless you bring that particular piece, the puzzle will not be complete. The picture will not be complete. But then you also have got a different type of problem to solve, which is a mystery. Some problems are not just puzzles where you need different pieces to put together. You also need, beyond that, the ability to interpret what is there and make sense of it. Mysteries often require more than just information. They require you to understand as to what does it mean, what we are looking at. This is why when it comes to teams, you don't just need people with skills, but you also need people with, beyond teams, certain personality traits, certain abilities beyond just technical skills. This is part of the reason why not every student who does well academically will go on to make a success of his career. Because your career will need more than just the knowledge that you have. It will require other abilities which are essential for you to be effective in working in the organizations that you're going to get into. So let's move away from Ben Carson and the complicated surgeries. Let me tell you another story. This story is called The Rabbi's Gift. And please just try to follow me closely, because if you forget everything else that I'm going to say today, remember this story because it will remind you of every element of the things that I'm going to say. Now, there are many versions of the story because it is a legend, and depending on who's doing the telling of it, the details might differ slightly. But here's the story. There was a monastery where you had these monks that had dedicated their lives to religion and worship. And at the time when the story begins, their order looked like it was going to die because there were no new people or young men joining this particular religion. And they were very worried about this. There were 5 of them only left, and they were all in their 70s. They prayed about it, they thought about it, and they could not find a solution. Finally, they sent their leader to go and consult a rabbi who used to come and pray in a nearby forest. The rabbi responded by saying, I really do not know what the solution would be to your problem. But the one thing that I know is that, which is what is on your screens. The only thing that I can tell you is that the Messiah is one of you. The Savior to your situation is one of you. Upon this cryptic answer, the leader went back to his fellow brethren and said, this is all that the rabbi could tell me. I really don't know what it means. He just said, all I know is that the Messiah is one of you to your situation. So what then happened is that this cryptic remark started a thought process in each and everyone's head. If he says the Messiah is one of us, who could be the Messiah to our situation? And then the thought process went something like this. Surely, it can't be brother so and so. He opposes everything. He is very stubborn. I don't think we could make any progress which could save our situation if that is the Messiah. It can't be him. But then immediately, he then thinks, but you know what? A lot of the time, we find out afterwards that he was right after all, even though he was being impossible. Maybe he could be the Messiah. Then the next one, brother number 2. I don't think he could be the Messiah. He never initiates anything. Surely he can't be the solution. Then a counter thought comes. Even though he never comes up with anything, any of us, when we have an idea, he's the first person we bounce off the idea to. He's the very first person that you know would listen to you intently and be able to give you constructive feedback. Perhaps that's because he's the Messiah. And as you can imagine, the process goes on with each and every character. The sum total of that is that each and every one of them started to have better regard for for each and every member despite their differences. The one who seemed not to contribute to initiate anything was as respected as the one who had these granitic convictions and the stubborn one, as much as the one who was always leading them before the one who went to see the rabbi. And what then happened is that people used to come. It was now just like a tourist place that people come to see the old architecture and so on. They started detecting a particular spirit amongst this old man because of how they related, how they laughed together, how they did things together. And interest was now sparked into the people. They were now curious. How is it that old men like this have got this particular disposition? And to cut a long story short, some of them got sufficiently curious that they ended up joining the order so that they could have the thing that the old man had. The point here is there is such a thing as team spirit, which achieves beyond the objectives that the team was set up for. Moving on. I said I would tell quite a few stories. Some of you might know this author. He's become quite famous perhaps in the past 10, 15 years. A chap called Malcolm Gladwell. A lot know him because of a book called Outliers, and others know him because of a book called David and Goliath, where he gave a rather unusual version of the David and Goliath story. But the part that I want to talk about here in this David and Goliath story has got to do with teams. What you see on your screen is a team of girls playing basketball. Now, this particular David and Goliath story has got to do with people who lived in the so-called Silicon Valley in the United States, where those tech companies are growing. And being the Silicon Valley, most of the inhabitants were not very sporty people. They were the so-called nerdy, geek-like types, academic types. But they had families and they had children. So there was a group of girls who wanted to play basketball and they needed a coach. And one of these tech guys, it fell upon him to try and help them and become their coach. But he knew nothing about basketball. So what he then did was to study from a manual how basketball played. And one of the things that perplexed him or them was that in the game of basketball, incidentally, I was a basketball player at this university, and at high school as well. One of the things that perplexed them about basketball is that when you have scored a goal, what you do is that you retreat to your own half and wait for the other team to come to you for you to defend your goal. And they could not understand why you do not defend right there in their half. So they decided that, look, they might not be great on all the attributes that are needed in basketball, such as dribbling, or shooting hoops, or doing layups, or all the different things, or jumping, or taking jump shots. They might not be able to. But the one thing that they could probably do was to train so hard so that their cardiovascular fitness would allow them to be able to defend the entire court and to defend each individual. This is what you're seeing here. They decided to do what is called a full court press. In other words, each individual is married to the opposition, and they mark them right throughout the game. As a result, they started winning games despite the fact that they did not have what were always known as the essential abilities, as it were. This is a dynamic I'm going to get back to about teamwork, where you will find that you do not necessarily need to have the very best performers on your team or the most skilled person on your team. It might be that you need those that have got the greatest dedication and commitment, as it were, more than the fact that they've got the most knowledge or the most skill and so on. And they started winning games despite the fact that they were actually underdogs. Now, I spent a lot of my time in this university as a lecturer. And in 2015, I was nominated to be part of a teaching fellowship program. And one of the first tasks that I was asked to present at that teaching fellowship was what they called a photo story of my philosophy of teaching. And the photo story that I presented is what you have before you, a bit controversial for those who are fans of CR7. You know this whole debate about who's the GOAT. But I presented this picture of Lionel Messi in action. But what I was talking about there, the story behind this photograph for me as a teacher, was how I see myself as a teacher within the context of the classroom. You will notice that he's wearing his country's colors, not what we would have expected, Barcelona, which was his team for almost his entire career, and that he's wearing the black captain's armband. You will notice it, right? On his, what would it be? His right arm, the one on this side. Okay? Now, the point that I was making here is, as a teacher, I see myself as being part of a team. I'd always conceived of myself as a coach because teams need leaders. But then the kind of leader that I conceived of myself as at this point was not so much a coach who sits outside on the sidelines and directs the play, but as a leader who is part of the team. He is inside, and some of you might be called upon not only to be members of teams, but to become leaders of teams. And you've got to think, what kind of a team leader are you going to be? The beauty of being this kind of leader is that you will be working to achieve your individual goals while also assisting the team in achieving its collective goals. Every member of the team works to achieve his individual goals, but in so doing, assists the team in achieving the collective goals of the team. So I put this story and put the theory behind it, which is a sort of social constructivist paradigm, but I'm not going to bother you with that. So you've got to think about this. I'm going to get to perhaps the more scholarly part of it just now. Now, teams are organisms, metaphorically speaking. They've got a life, that's what I mean. They've got a time when they are birthed or when they are formed, then they develop, which means they grow. They can also become sick, teams. They become ailing, or they can be healthy. And it is important to get to grips with certain dynamics about a team and a team's life for us to ensure that we've got healthy teams that are able to achieve their objectives. This can happen to a team. Those of us who have come out of the rural African context might have come across this before. This is a headache. When your cattle are yoked together, and then you find that at some point, for one reason or another, maybe because they are not being led properly, or the cattle themselves are not trained properly, or for some reason or the other, this happens. If you're not careful, serious injury could result. Not to overstress the point, it could even be fatal, this particular position. And you will need expertise, wisdom, patience, and a whole ton of attributes to be able to untangle this particular situation so that the work that is being carried out can go on. Now, Part of what you need for that to happen is this, and this is my leadership orientation as well. And it's not original to me. Again, I'm not sure how legible it is. Can you guys read what's on the screen? The window is specs actually, but for some reason, and it's maybe, and now I struggle sometimes, but hey, all right. Now, if you can see the graphic that you have there, in the bottom corner, that's my bottom left-hand corner, yeah, which is your bottom left-hand corner, right? The bottom left-hand corner, there's the word authoritarian. Leadership of teams, especially those that are hierarchical, tends to be authoritarian if, that is to say, dictatorial. If the subordinates are inexperienced and not knowledgeable about the work that needs to be done. And the more you move towards expert subordinates, the more it is easier for you to move to a participative and a delegative model of leadership. It is important that when you're leading teams, capacitation of the team is very important for you to be able to have sustainable reaching of goals. When I was interviewed for the position of this particular position of Executive Operations Manager, one of the questions that I was asked to present on was, how would you ensure that the work of the office carries on if one of the functionaries is not there? And that is important to consider when you are in a team. In as much as I spoke about each one bringing his own piece, it is important that the entire team has got a global view and understanding of the objectives and the strategies that this particular team has. So the work of the team can continue even in the absence of a team member or the withdrawal of a team member. Because some teams collapse because of the fact that there is over-dependence on a particular individual for certain aspects of the work of that particular team. And that becomes quite a problem. To move on very quickly, and I think I'll be done in the next 3 to 5 minutes. I think we all know this huge company called Google. Of course, everybody knows Google. It had become quite bothersome to me to find that for my students over the years, what they meant by research was that they would Google it. They would Google the thing, and then there will be 20 million hits. And then what do? They just scan through the first 10, 15 and find 5 that are relevant. Then they take them up and they say they've done the research. But in any case, Google is a company that has had a huge impact on how we live our lives. Now, at some point, Google commissioned a research, a multi-million-dollar research called the Aristotle Project. And the objective of this particular research was to just find out why some teams succeed while others don't. What makes a perfect team? Project Aristotle from Google. Now you will see that in the left-hand box, I'm just remembering now, if I seem a bit distracted, well, I'm just remembering now that I didn't greet anyone when I got here. I'm sure you will all forgive me. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all greeted. You're greeted. You're all greeted. AS protocols, Because I was trying to work it out when I was sitting there. How am I going to do this? How am I going to navigate this? Now, eventually, I forgot. But in any case, now, 2 fundamentals that they came up with from Project Aristotle. Number 1, as long as everyone gets a chance to talk, the team will do well. Remember the bring your peace? But if only one person or a small group spoke all the time, the collective intelligence declined. One of the books that had quite a profound impact on me is a book titled The Wisdom of Crowds. The whole idea behind even this much vaunted idea of democracy is that there is bound to be more value to be derived from diversity than there is from a narrow band of specialists or highly technical people. Are you with me? So number one, everybody speaks. They might not all speak at the same time, but by the time you look at the global picture, you must see that each and every person has come through. But for this to happen, here's another essential element, because quite often, when we want to assemble a team, when we talk about a strong team, we often think about the most knowledgeable, the most experienced, and so on, and forget about the so-called soft aspects, which can actually be completely detrimental to the work of teams. Okay, so the second element, therefore, was that they found that successful teams are comprised of members that have got a high average of social sensitivity. And what they meant by this is, these are people who've got the ability to see how the other person feels from the voice and from the gesture. It seems that these helped create an environment that can be psychologically safe and therefore led to listening to other people's stories. It's going to be important, like I said before, that whatever you have learned, the technical knowledge that you're going to come out with, it be more refined by other attributes that will enable you to navigate the world of work. So, still talking about Google, so this is what they found out. Effective teams, at least according to Google, exhibit 5 dynamics, and I think these can be universalized. Number 1, you can see the biggest one and foundational one is psychological safety. Teams are supposed to be a place for disarmament, a place where vulnerability is something that you can be comfortable with being if the most is going to be made out of it. So I'm speaking to you both as people who might become members of teams, but also as people who might have the job of forming and leading teams in the workplace. So team members should feel safe to take risks and be vulnerable in front of each other. Some years ago, I watched a program called Captains of Industry, where they interviewed Sizwe Ngasana at the time when he was CEO of First Rand. And this is one of the things that, because they were asking, how do you build such successful teams? Because he had been successful at Telkom, and when he got to First Rand, you all know the story of how FNB ran so far ahead of other teams and so on. And he spoke about the fact that he had never been anything leader in his life, like being a prefect at school or being SRC president, or SRC president or anything. But the one thing he had learned is that, number 1, he could do better than most if he just worked a little harder and a little more. And number 2, that if he took the most advantage of the team that he had, and to get the most out of them, you needed them to know that it is okay for them to take risks. Because you know what? At one point, I made a very, very glaring mistake. I was almost besides myself, almost at the point of tears. And my line manager then saved me by saying this to me. He said, "It is the child who goes to the river to fetch water who breaks the pot, not the one that does not do the work." It is the child who goes to the river to fetch water who breaks the pot, not the one who just sits and folds his or her hands. You made this mistake, but that's because you were trying, and you were really trying to do the right thing. Part of that safety is important. That particular element of people knowing that it's okay, we will make mistakes, but we'll get up and we'll try again is important. Secondly, dependability. Members of the team are supposed to be dependable. So team members get things done on time. The previous speaker spoke about this, about people should be comfortable knowing that if a report is supposed to be in by 12, it will be in by 12. And meet Google's high bar of excellence. Thirdly, there should be structure and clarity. Remember what I said before about the subordinates. As you move towards expert subordinates, the more you move towards more highly participative and even delegatory models of organizations. So the team has got clear roles and plans, and they've got clear goals. And then as we get towards the top, meaning, the work is important to the team members. The idea of personal fulfillment in knowing that what you're doing is worthwhile. Because one of the issues right now is about people talking about toxic work environments, which means they don't find it worth their while, it's just that it is tied to their bread. Those teams are not likely to do very well. And then lastly, of course, the whole idea is to achieve impact. Team members think that their work matters and that it creates change. Those particular elements are going to be important for you to have in mind as you get into workplaces. Remember this. This is my parting shot. That's a fruit salad bowl. Teams are like fruit salads. Teams often self-destruct because the oranges in the bowl want the grapes to become like oranges. The kiwi fruit, he's got resentment for the acidity or of the orange. The banana wants everybody to be as bland as he is. But what we do know is that if the banana is a banana as it's supposed to be, and the orange is as it's supposed to be, and the kiwi fruit is as it's supposed to be, then the taste that we'll get out of this is something other than and beyond any of the individual fruits that are in the fruit bowl. Be yourself. Remember the rabbi's gift. The Messiah is one of you. As you are, with your strength, bring your peace. Thank you.
Can we give him once more a round of applause? Thank you very much, Manager, for beautiful demonic chaos, and we are doing this for you so that you can be equipped and effective for employment. So I'm disturbed. Can I have my program? Thank you, dear. That actor said a lot, and team building and the teamwork always motivates us as people that are working. so that service delivery can be effective and efficient. Now, I'm thinking that we are trying to change slightly the program and ask for, instead of taking number 4 and 5, we ask, because there's a problem, Usis Unomso to come through so that he can give us creativity and problem solving and innovation before she leaves, because she's having a problem. So we'd like her to start. Thereafter we follow the 2 speakers that we from Uleba. All right, Sinoso.
Is it over there? How you doing? It's good to see you. Good to see you too. It's the creativity one.
Just to copy both of them. It's a PDF.
Well, yeah.
That's a,
But I did send also a PowerPoint.
it's not a problem.
Okay. Let me put it.
Let me,
Put it.
gentlemen.
Just give it to. Put it on go to view.
No, it's not showing.
It's not showing it. Okay. Full screen mode. There we go.
Okay, while we are waiting for our team to troubleshoot what needs to be troubleshooted, I'm thinking, earlier on, remember we spoke about the parable of the 5 virgins, right? Niyakhumbula mos? Now, I am asking those of us who still go to church even post-COVID, lockdown, remember mos, I announced we lockdown, we are not on lockdown, but we are still living with COVID. Bakhona babuyela back to church? Hi, bo. Fortarians. Okay, fine. Now, what I want to emphasize about today's session, ne? You can see if you're looking from the program, you'd see from the side written presenter, ne? There are not just names, but relevant names, because we don't take you for granted. You'd see kunabo advocate, kunabo UFH MEC kunabo MEC at the university. We normally get shaken classes on any meetings with the university. City, by the way, this is the university that also has their own MECs. Now, are we getting there? Okay.
I just wanted
Kunabo apa, we also have deputy head department. So kunabantu abakhulu, what this represents, ne? You cannot pour from an empty cup. There was just no way this is a program of this nature. This is awuthatha anyone, but we needed somebody who is somebody azothetha with you guys from their own experiences to become somebodies as well, isn't it? Okay, are we ready?
almost.
We're almost there. Okay. So, essentially, what we're doing today, we are bringing oil. You've got the lamps already. Nyangena mosi classes. You taught different faculties, different, aizo subjects mos, the modules. Taking different modules. So we do know that your lamps are there, they are ready. There is light. But we're saying from what we have, we are prepared to share with you, tapping from our own expertise, bringing the light, ningafani nentombi ezinhlanu ezaziyazi bumyenu yeza, but zalibala oil. So use this cup to fill your lamps. Madam, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, program directors, for indulging me. And I want to make a greeting to the MEC. Nice to see you, sir, and the fellow speakers, the Convocation members, and the most important people in this room, the students that are still going to leapfrog into the workplace. I'm sure you guys are excited. You are in your third year or doing your postgrad, and you're almost at the tipping point of really leaving universities. But I just want to share bad news. You're going to be a lifelong student. You're going to continuously study. So by way of introduction, my name is Nomso Kana, and I'm also an alumni here. I did my first and second degree in BSc chemistry, physics, also went into honors, and I just took the route of chemistry. But in all of that, I wear different hats, and the context of my hats will speak largely on this presentation. I'm currently the Presidential 4IR Commission, so I do advisory work on the sitting President, Cyril Ramaphosa, on advanced and emerging technologies in the 4IR. And also an advisor to also our alumni, Honorable Premier Oscar Mabuyane, on digital economy. Role just started just recently. And thirdly, I told you I did all my sciences here. So the minute I left the universities, I looked into some of the unique technical careers within science. So then I went into training into a medical biology science. But then again, I moved from that. I was poached into nuclear science. I worked in the reactor in Pretoria and Gubech also. So one of the reasons, can I tell you a secret? One of the reasons in Cape Town, the Western Cape, if there's load shedding, it's only for an hour. But the rest of the country, you'll go to stage 6. It's because of that nuclear plant there. So it serves as a baseline power for that province. So if one switches off, it just kicks in. In fact, it's constantly on. So, but good news, there have been deliberation that in the Eastern Cape, there will be a nuclear plant, probably in the coming 10 years in the Taspent region. Not now. I know you were expecting to, probably in 2 years. Not now. But excitingly, I just need your indulgence for two, just for these few 15 minutes. Because I'm going to share with you some of the practical things that you, as an ordinary person, I know you see yourself as an ordinary person, but you're very extraordinary, especially if you studied in this university. I told you that I leapfrogged, and it was not because of what I learned in this auditorium, but it's the things that I have learned outside of university classroom. There's one thing about this institution, it's going to teach you tolerance, it's going to teach you resilience, and it's going to teach you one of the unique things that other universities will not teach you, but being street smart. This university does that. So you need to look at those essential hidden lessons that University of Forte teaches. And your hunger will indicate your future. If you're very slack, you will have a slack future, I promise you. And if you are quite very picky on the things that you need to learn in order to build your future, nothing will grow within your future. So let's get into this. So 3 things that really got me into the peak of where I am today. It's creativity, innovation, problem-solving skills. And we all have these. It's not for scientists, it's not for communication specialists, it's not for MECs, now picking up on the MECs, it's not for that, but it's really in each and every ordinary person that you should have these skills. So Thomas Edison, the guy who invented the light bulb you see in this room, it has evolved. He then said that I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. So now this is a physicist who was playing with light, wanted to capture how light can be captured in a glass and also how it can be transmitted and have illuminancy. When you switch on, suddenly there's light, that's illuminancy. But all of that, in his work, he discovered that you have to be innovative, and innovation also has failure in it. How many of you guys have repeated a course? I did. I repeated maths. Singer must not even say anything. I graduated in 2007, so there are a couple of things that I had repeated. Yeah, graduated then, but I've gone to the world and it's quite a beautiful place. So I'm going to speak to those, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm going to speak to those that are looking to get into the entrepreneurship world, the startup world. And I submit to you, MECs, that new money today is coming from creativity. Old money is with oil and the likes, but new money, the new billionaires, is coming from creativity and innovation. And I think all of you guys are broke billionaires until you play out your creativity. So these are some of the skills that I wanted to think about. And you must go back and do a checklist when you are in your rooms or whenever you are in class, and you start filling out these skills. Number 1, as a person, you need to have a core skill. So you have an education that you're doing right now, that is your core. But you then need to have multiple skills. So those multiple skills include soft skills, team player, the previous speaker has spoken about it, creativity, innovation, and the ability to solve problems. We in South Africa, we're a very vibrant nation, but there's one thing about us is that we like complaining. People will complain about problems and bring more problems rather than they would bring solutions. But these are the skills that I wanted to have, and they are not taught in the classroom. Number 1 is showing initiative. Collaboration, creative problem solving, critical thinking, intercultural fluency, being able to be a birdie person, being able to live in different cultural areas. Empathy also consists of emotional intelligence. Oral communication, my sister here delivered that so well, as well as resilience. So resilience you already have because this university has already given you that. And let's just get into that. So innovation, to what I've seen, is it starts with creativity. And creativity is when now your mental and your social process of generating ideas. So you're a person that is able to generate, you have this cognizant mind, and you are able to generate ideas on your own, with your own motivation, and you are exposed into areas where you are able to pick up and influence and really absorb ideas and generate them. And innovation is actually just a success outcome of creativity. This is when you have created perhaps a service, you have created a product. Anyone who knows Uber, Bolt, those kind of services, that's a service. So it's an innovative service. There's a meter cap, but someone else came up with an innovation that says, okay, let us make it more convenient than a meter cab. Let us then create something that will just pick you up where you are and drop you off wherever you want to be dropped off. So that is now an outcome of creativity, which is innovation. And then innovation, in order for it to live, it needs to be materialized. Then you have these mobile apps for e-hailing, such as Uber and Bolt. But the most significant step towards innovation is the result of a much thought over a long time. So that involves, you change your personal lifestyle. If you want to solve problems, I promise you, you would have to change your lifestyle in a bit. You would have to move from the areas you are constantly, exposed to. You would have to look at different people in different perspectives. And this is how you are able to feed into your mind so that you are able to generate ideas. There's a duo from University of Wits. They made that a power, it's an energy drink, Monster. Do you know that company, they've made earnings this year that surpasses Amazon, surpasses Google. And it's just because they got to understand that every now and then, you need energy to pick you up. And their formula just picks you up. If you drink an energy, that Power or Monster energy drink, if you drink that, it just gives you energy at times where your body is feeling down. It kicks in, it gives you that energy. But it's a certain chemical formulation that they invented and worked on. So that those kind of things is that these are people that actually had to change their personal lifestyle in order to come up with such great ideas. If we then look at creativity, number one, we always say that perhaps maybe people in the music entertainment, they are creative. It is not an exclusive, trait in a person. Everyone is innovative. I promise you, even the most mundane people, perhaps people that we see working in admin, you think, they have all this very boring life. But everyone has a creative trait, a gene within their system, but it's how you actually activate it. I want to go into this, but before I go into it, I'll share briefly about my line of work in the broadband infrastructure. So that means connectivity, building up connectivity for the last mile, for metro areas. The reason we have internet is because we have built infrastructure that actually ensures that you have internet. So we have a company that is currently sitting right now in negotiations with Google for the Southern African cable that is going to cut across from Namibia and going into Malawi. So this is one of the things that actually ensures that in the 4IR, there are people that are living in rural areas and they have no connectivity right now. So when you speak of 4IR, they think that you are just speaking of things that are just far-fetched, a pie in the sky. But the innovation that we've done is to actually ensure that anyone who is in the rural area has a speed of almost 100 megabytes per second. And that is a speed that can actually download, your movies. I know you guys, torrent movies and download them. So it can download movies, 10 movies that have a size of 10 gigs in 3 seconds. So it is, I'm saying it because all the IP has been really sealed already, so it can't really be something taken out. But I just want to get into our country and see how one of the best innovations have occurred, and it was done by ordinary people who are actually very extraordinary. I'm not sure if you've seen most of the American military movies. You see some of their attack helicopters that go straight and then suddenly makes a U-turn. or does a 360 degree. So they're not designed to be like that until South Africa in 1984 did that. So it was done by a girl named Danielle Ruelvalk, who happened to be, there's a Danielle state-owned company named after him. So this was one of the unique innovations that occurred in the country. And it happened in a way that it was so adopted, and most countries now, they started thinking maybe we should go to war and start testing this. I want to give you a list of those countries, but it's very long. But anyway, I'm moving into the CAT scan. You've seen how people, when they are sick, they actually go into this hollow and they are pushed in. Oh, you guys watch a lot of movies, you've seen it. A CAT scan also came from South Africa. And this is one of the innovations that are quite used in the medical fields. And I can't even mention Sasol. So Sasol came up with an innovation. So the science students in the room, it was a chemist who actually looked at how, since we have so much coal in our land, so we actually, in South Africa, we have coal that can last us for the next 200 years. And that coal, the chemist at Sasol is that they actually saw how you can convert a coal into oil and also move it into gas. So this is all what I've mentioned from, you have a core competency, but then you have these multi-skills around you where you are able to generate ideas and be able to implement them. Those who have seen in the pools, there's a pool vacuum cleaner. And also, you guys know these things, you know better than us. But in essence, this is to show you that if you have intentions to not be an employee, you want to employ people, you need to work on your innovative and creativity skills. And then, if we go down into problem-solving skills, you guys are students, you are very tactic and very cunning at sometimes. It is quite important that as a student, you must start right now to have problem-solving skills. And it's really simple. You look at a challenge, and you must start defining the problem. So when you look at a problem, you don't start saying, oh, load shedding, government is corrupt. No, go deeper than that. Look at how the system is like. And look at how you study the whole system and you start breaking it down. And then you find the actual problem. So the actual problem of load shedding is because our transmission and distribution lines are so old, so they keep repairing a stove that is almost 40 years old. You keep repairing, keep putting one wire there, and then eventually it loses out. It's overpowered by the demand. All of us have electricity these days. So you then go into the system, you study the whole system, and then you find that core issue, and you start solving from there. And obviously, you need to identify various options for that solution you've crafted, and you need to evaluate those options. And finally, you need to implement. So when I say implement, I do not mean you implement at a large scale. You start implementing at a very pilot scale. You guys are students. You are going to start your own businesses. You are going to go into a workplace. You're going to see problems. You're going to go through this list. And then you're going to say, okay, I've defined this problem. I've found these solutions. And I've evaluated. And I think this one is a solution that I can present to my immediate principals and actually tell them that let's solve this issue of latecomers, for example, by, don't want to say tracking them, but actually seeing what causes them to be late. Or let's solve this IT issue by implementing certain applications, technological applications, so that you are able to understand how to. So implementing a solution, it can either be in an actual form where it's physical, or it can be in communication. We were just taught right now how to communicate. So you need to prepare yourself and craft your solution in a way that it lends to the next person. And this is probably my last slide, and I just want to talk about the intersections of innovation, creativity, and problem-solving skills. Number one is that you need some sort of expertise. I can't emphasize this enough. You need some sort of expertise. And as I've mentioned, I wear different hats, but what that has taught me is that I can apply my scientific and technical mind, even in economic matters, because I've come to analyze and have an analytical skill to be able to do what? To identify a problem and come up with solutions. So expertise comes with analytical skills. So you must be so efficient that you are able to dissect things and synthesize things and be able to present solutions. And you also need the creative thinking skills. So the creative thinking skills include showing initiative, coming up with ideas, design thinking, communication, the right and correct communication in several platforms. And also you must be able to be very imaginative. So when you are imaginative, it means that you are able to project things in your mind. You have to see them. You have to see things in your mind before you can actually put them into reality. And I think most of you understand that, because when you study and you're about to write an exam, when you respond to a question, you are responding out of a knowledge that you've already worked on in your mind, not something that you've crammed. And you also need to have motivation. So motivation is really not, what are the famous motivators? It's not really opening up your phone and finding maybe Vusi Thembekwayo's motivation speech and listening to that, or, finding, these famous, it has to come from the inside. You have to motivate yourself. You have to tell yourself that this is the mission and this is where I'm getting into. And it's so important that it's so intrinsic that anyone will not deter your movement or your own path. And I promise you, these are the skills that have got me to where I am today. It's just to really learn from outside the classroom and be exposed and technically apply my mind out of the core skills that I've acquired from institutions like the University of Forte. So colleagues, this is really it, and there isn't much, but these are practical things I want to share with you. And I am happy to hand over Program Director.
Wow, another round of applause. Thank you. This is the time where I feel like we are getting deeper and deeper into something, right? And we indeed rise by lifting others. We would not have known what she knows today if she did not give us an opportunity to get into, to share the wealth of knowledge that she brings with her. I would not be doing justice. I must be honest, I am very biased. If I stand up as a communicator myself, I would never miss an opportunity for engagement. So if it happens that as a presenter, my co-presenter, my co-program director did not give you an opportunity, then blame it on him. But if it happens that I made a mistake, still blame it on him. Because as we sit that corner, we caucus. And he really gets his way. Now, allow me to take just a few hands, both on the two presenters that we had. You can start with team building and come with Nomso. Just to see, are we still together? Sisa kunyene? Anifunu buza ni right? Anifunu buza? Ni say right? Imani ke, let me do this. I am very, bekuveziwe pha the different types of, Iman kalok. I'm still on the floor. Andifuna uyimosha le nto, kuthiwa imnandi ngokwabelana, right? So as we sit here, we must as well feel your pulse. And when we spoke, verbal communication is also a way of communicating. Allow me to move to the next presenter and introduce to you the next presenter oza kuthetha apha. Singena kule ibha ngoku. Kuthe ngathi singena kule ibha nje. Senze njani? My co-presenter wenze njani? Uprof usifika nini kuye? Tell me. Okay. Allow me to go to Professor Jabulani Keswa. I ni biased kodwa nina man, no. Guys, how could you do this to us? Prof, you'll be speaking to us on the right mindset. Send yababona baba ku right space of mind as we speak. Indlela bakuvele ba ululate ngayo xa kusiza wena. Over to you, Prof. The floor is yours.
Let me take this time to greet you and all protocols observed. I hear some previous speakers emphasizing innovation, creativity, teamwork. But how so if a large number of people who are in here are doubtful of their future, when there is a higher rate of unemployment in this province, yet our students will be holding degrees? I've been asked to talk about the right mindset, stress, and psychological well-being. Sorry. And I felt that it will be unfair of me if we cannot emphasize some of the challenges that our students are facing. And to our MEC, to Mamkana, and Sis Mbotlela, and many others, please pluck this poor student of ours. Please help them, because it will be pointless to have 3-4 degrees, yet you are still at home. And how do we expect such students to have the right mindset? That is why we should delay our judgment when we see them always under the influence of alcohol. I don't think one could be in their right state of mind if they know that they don't know what the next meal will be coming from. Psychological well-being. What is it and what are the benefits? It's the same as the mental health, which is a state of mental health or mental well-being that help us to navigate the life stresses and how to cope in life. And it is also accompanied, if not incorporating, the social well-being as well as the emotional. And why mental wellness is important, or why psychological well-being is important. It is important because once you are in a right state of mind, you are able to nurture your relationship with others. When we've got a positive mental health, we are likely to grow as a person. But I doubt for someone who's unemployed, for someone who, when they've got to write assignments, there are load sheddings. When it's not load shedding, it is at night, they are exhausted, and lecturers, they need their work. Let us be compassionate. Let us show love to students so that we don't add to the number of statistics of those who are miserable and depressed. When people have a good psychological well-being, they accept their shortcomings, they accept themselves, and they will have a good human relations. You will never find them fighting others. The reason it is because also their physiological, biological needs are met. And people with the right mindset, they've got a purpose in life. Once you've got a purpose in life, you are able also to transcend to the needs of others. That is why at some point you need to understand why certain people become selfish. It is because they were never equipped, they were never lifted up. That is why I'll keep on reminding Sis Mbotlela that where you are, please back our students. Mr. Mini spoke about a high rate of unemployment. And when I read this morning, I learned that according to Statistics South Africa, an unemployment rate was at 32.6%, and the group that is mostly affected is between 25 years and 34 years, and these are the people. How do we expect our black people to be on the competitive level when you compare them with the colors, when you compare them with whites and Indians, when we don't give them jobs? And there's no way in which they just cannot experience poor mental health when we are not there to lift them up. And it will be also be unfair of me if we just cannot emphasize the need to redress what has been left by apartheid system. How do we expect our students to be on the same par with people from West, people from Stellenbosch, where, of course, we have just mentioned that there's always electricity. So let us help them. Let us give them a job. Let us help them to knock at those doors that need really to be assisted. As black people, as black nation, we really need these children to be the one to take from where we shall have ended. And now, I'm happy that Ms. Mbotlela mentioned the skills for preparing yourselves as far as interviews are concerned. But now allow me to presume that now you're at the workplace, you have got that employment. What are the things that you really need to empower yourself with or to arm yourself by? Don't be too excited when you get to the workplace, but let me give you a recipe for a fulfilled life when you are an employee. Know the HR matters, the conditions of your employment, and the fringe benefits. And at workplace, because you spend a lot of time, please make sure that you live peacefully with others. You see, one reason why most people are not enjoying being at work is because they're problematic themselves. And we've got what we call the cyberspace or the social media. One way of killing yourself and your reputation is when you have a misunderstanding with a colleague or immediate supervisor. From there you go and post it in the media. How do you expect to grow if you are also posting other people and you speak ill of them? So be careful once you shall have got jobs to be in par with others. Communication has also been touched on. Please always have respect for the old and the young at the workplace. Your qualification won't be of any help if you do not have respect. And allow me also to touch on something quite sensitive, of which is what I deal with almost daily in my interaction with people. Our student will get jobs, will be called to the interviews, but at some point we'll find that for them to be hired, they should pay a bribery. And how do you expect them not to be stressed? And to a large extent, our students will have to engage in what we call quid pro quo, where people, for them to be promoted, where people, for them to be hired, there should be some exchanges of some sexual intercourse. And I urge people who are in the position of power and influence, may we remember that by the time we got our positions, we never slept. We were never asked to visit certain offices, but we were treated with love and compassion. That is why today, when you read the website of SADC, which is South African Depression Anxiety Group, you'll find that most of the newly employed people are the ones who are stressed than ever. And not this case because of a quid pro quo, but most of our young people, when they get to employment, they try to compete. You just cannot compete with somebody who has more than 10 years of experience at work. Please stick to your lane. SADC has also taught me that once people have depression, it is because of financial mismanagement. By the time young people you start working, please don't rush. You see, most of our young people die today young. They get into alcohol and abuse and many criminal activities because of greed. And they cannot manage their finances. And a person who becomes stressed is the one who, at most times, is unable to finance or to manage their finances. As I've mentioned that you need to stick to your lane by the time you shall be employed. Remember that your Maslow hierarchy of needs starts by emphasizing the need for meeting our psychological needs, physiological needs. A car needs maintenance, needs oil, needs petrol, and the tires must always be changed. Therefore, don't rush. An apartment with marriage at the same time is going to make you fail, and it's going to lead you to a psychiatric hospital. That is why today we find most of our people on Monday, they will go to the doctors seeking a medical certificate. And I'm happy that the law now, where the HR will of course ignore that, and it will be working without pay. And Ms. Mbokela, you touch on something that your Monday and your Friday, they are your reflection. Once you know that you've been to a social gathering, make sure that by Sunday, at least at 4 o'clock, you start drinking water so that by the time it's Monday, at least you are better off. And having spoken all this, what do we do as the institution? I'm glad that, Mr. Mini, your compassion for this university, it is visible. And to our lecturers, my plea is one. At the conferences, we normally come across and we meet with people. We need to share and to share our plight, especially about this university. And I'm glad that Prof. Buhlungu and his team, they've also made a contribution in this town, because I remember when I joined in 2010, we never had Kentucky. I mean, is it Kentucky? Yes. Debonairs, and right now we've got a lovely mall. We need people like him who will also make sure that we bring some investors in this province, in this institution in particular, for a student to be exposed to learnership. And once you also get a learnership, we know that you'll be having your master's, but half of bread is nothing. Please be patient. Don't be picky, especially when you are on the receiving end. As I close, to minimize or to overcome stress at the workplace, be educable. Even if you know Word, you know Excel, when they ask you to attend a workshop, please join. And be visible also at the workplace. If at work, the knocking off time is 5 o'clock, don't leave at 4:45. Remember, you are a brand. How do you expect growth when you are also robbing the universe? Be part of the team at all times. Even if you may have differences with people, but if there's some that combines or calls you to work together, put your differences aside, you won't have any stress. And do your consultation all the time. If there's a need for you to call whoever who will bring any change to yourself, to your unit, please do. And be punctual at all times at work. Whether there is somebody who is looking at you or not, just be who you are and follow the calling that you once received, and that's what we call integrity. Finally, value your job and know that most of the people will need the very same job that will be saying it is not paying much. Thank you.
Yeah. We call him Lichua, sitting good paps, sitting good daddy. Prof, thank you very much. Few people who dedicate themselves to assist other people. You've been an asset in our lives. And Sichonjena, I'm one of those people. Kaucho Pansi namhlanje ndifike ngo-4 izolo because I was preparing for Monday. Now we're gonna go to the two speakers, which is Dr. Trevor Hamngwana, which is the deputy director in public employment, who's gonna tell us more what is happening in the world, what is happening in the nationally and in the province, and when it comes to labor and employment. Thereafter, then he'll be followed by Dr. James Munich, one of our students, which is, he will be after to join the Dr. Trevor. You can come through and also, okay. Okay, there's a slight change. They say we must try and call Usis Nomfundo Dojak, which is the professional health, the OE, the OL in the Eastern Cape. Usis Mfundo.
Thank you, Program Director, Honorable MEC, Advocate, to the MEC, colleagues who are here, the presenters who are here, and the special guests, Molweni Bethune. How are you? As indicated, I'm Nomfundo, is the name Gudojek, I qhele kangake. Ngudo, DOUW-JACK. Iyakhumsha kodwa ke ndingumamtshawe. I am the provincial head of the Department of Employment and Labor in the Eastern Cape. As indicated by Ubuli, I graduated here many years ago. And kodwa, I was last in this venue in 1998. I'm sure some of you were not yet born. But I do want to say This is one institution that prepares you for the world. Lando ibithethwa apha ngusisi Nomso is correct. You become streetwise. You are able to take in everything that the world throws at you because of all the experiences ozifumanayo apha. I do know that you are aware that there's a lot of partying, but never forget why you came here for. In Department of Employment and Labor, we've got 3 speakers, but I'm going to try and quickly share with you who are we as the department, because we are looking advocate at having a long-term relationship with the institution, because the graduates who are coming out of the institution would like them to get information as they come out. As the department, I do want to also indicate that we've got different services. We've got a lot of public entities within the department. I know abanye benu, you only know us nge-UIF and that's it. But that is not what defines us only. There's quite a number of other things that we do, and I would like to share that with you. As the Department of Employment and Labor, we are a department, the mandate of the department is in the Chapter 2 of the Constitution of this country. The Chapter 2, those who are doing law will know, is the Bill of Rights. When you go through the Bill of Rights, you'll see it talks about everything that we do within the department. But besides that, in South Africa, we are a member country of the International Labour Organization. As such, there's an expectation that we ratify some of the conventions within that space. So out of the 190 conventions, we have ratified about 28, but 24 of those are active. And within the ILO space, we've got what we call the fundamental conventions, and South Africa has ratified all of them. We also have those conventions that we call governance conventions, which are about 4, and we have ratified those. So as the country, the legislation that you see, the labor legislation that you see, your Basic Conditions of Employment Act, your Labor Relations Act, the Employment Equity Act, your UI Act, all those, they are taken out from those conventions. The reason why we've got those within the country is because we are domesticating those standards. As the department, we also contribute to about 6 of the 7 priorities within the MTSF. I'm not going to go through all of them, but all I want you to understand is that as this organization or as this department, we've got that alignment that we had made. We've got a vision in the department which states that the Department of Labor will strive for a labor market which is conducive to investment, economic growth, employment creation, and decent work. One of the key issues of the ILO is that they've got an international labor standard system, and that system is aimed at developing and creating decent employment for everyone. So one of the things that we are doing within the organization or the department, if you recall, we used to be called Department of Labor. We are now called Department of Employment and Labor. We are responsible to create an environment for such a job creation. Usis Nomso here was correct to say we also need you to think outside getting a job, but be people who are going to create jobs. Entrepreneurship, we are also trying to encourage that. So that in your corner, in your village, in your township, you are this industrialist that is going to be creating jobs for other people, because as it is indicated, in South Africa, it's about 33% unemployment, but if you come to the province, it's 42%. which is quite higher than the South African unemployment rate currently. It's even worse when you come to unemployed graduates. The stats are really bad. You even go deeper and you check in the Statistics South Africa data. They will tell you in the Eastern Cape, 13% of youth have got driver's license. 13%. That is the lowest in the country. And if you consider getting a driver's license, you might be having a qualification. But when you see an advert, it will say you must have a qualification and a driver's license. Maybe that is something that we need to advocate to also look into within the institution, so that when these young people go out, they already have both. So that you are not stifled by the fact that you don't have a driver's license. Within the department, we've got a mission where we are saying we regulate the South African labor market for a sustainable economy, and it's true everything else. But you'll see as I go through the presentation that everything that is listed there, we've got a separate branch, or we've got a fund that is responsible for that, or a public entity. But I'm not going to go through that. We also have values. I think Uprof here spoke about the fact that you need to be treated ngendlela right. That is correct. We are not dealing with machines. That is the basis within the department, that we treat employees with care, dignity, and respect. That is the expectation. That when an employee comes, because you are spending more time at work, we want you to feel that you belong, irrespective of your level. We also respect and promote client-centered services, accountability, integrity, learning and development. This is one department, even if I am bragging advocate, this is one department where you study. 100% bursary. If you are fortunate to be employed, you can study as much as you want, as long as you pass. We live the Batupili principles, we live the principles of the department service charter. We've got a service charter, as well as inculcate the values through the performance management system. How many offices do we have in the province? We've got about 16 labor centers across the province, and they are scattered across the districts. However, you'll find that in some districts there's a lesser number, but they are cutting across. We also have what we call satellite offices. A satellite office, it's a smaller labor center. It is an office that would normally have 1 or 2 people, but it's open from Monday to Friday. We also have what we call visiting points. There's about 88 of them. And those are also scattered across the province. But those ones we go once a week, or twice a week, or once a fortnight, depending on the demand. In the satellite offices, I must indicate that we've just opened a satellite office in the East London ITZ. We are planning to open another one in Kucha. Reason being that we want those investors who are coming in to comply with our legislation, so that as they employ the locals, they are also compliant. Now, what is it that we do as the department? We have these different sections within the department. We've got public employment services. I'm not going to talk too much about them. Mr. Khamnwana and Dr. Munich are going to talk a lot about this particular area of our work. But this is a section that deals with work seekers. All that we do, we are focusing our energies on work seekers. People who are work seekers, irrespective of whether you've got a degree, whether you've got a matric, whether you don't have any qualification, you are unskilled, everyone who is a work seeker, we are focusing on that. We also have people within this section that we call psychometrists. What they do, they also assist work seekers with career counseling also, but also we do psychometry testing, because at times employers will come and they will say, we are looking for people in this particular field, and they will be specific. We are then able to use our SPICS, which is a psychometric test, for us to be able to get the required skills or the people that are required by the employer. We also assist private employment agencies when they want to register. They also must come through our department to apply, as well as the temporary employment services. We also have what we call the inspection and enforcement services. This is a section that deals with the inspections that we conduct in workplaces. These are the people, amongst yourself, we might have people who are doing LLB. Those are the people that we employ. LLB, labor relations, those are the people that become our labor inspectors. We've got different fields within labor IES, and those different fields are talking to issues of occupational health and safety, employment equity, your basic conditions, the national minimum wage. There are so many different streams within that section. But what they do in the main is to do advocacy, meaning they educate, do inspections, but also they refer for prosecution. We also have UIF, which I think everyone knows us about, where people, when they lose jobs, we then give them benefits depending on the type of benefit that they are looking for. We have amended our legislation so that it confines to the realities of today. We know that our brothers and our fathers, they have Omakwa pain, and we have included them in the fold, in the sense that if a person who was a contributor dies, then a wife can come and apply. If there is no wife, umakwapeni can come and apply. If there is no umakwapeni, abantwana can come and apply. So that has been also included. Obviously, there are requirements. You cannot just come and say ndingumakhwapheni. There are requirements that need to be met. Because remember, if you are going to stay with someone and set for a long time, that person is actually regarded as a partner. There is also what we call maternity. If someone unomdana, that person can come and apply, or they get sick, they can also come and apply. We also are doing now what we call surrogate, which is not, it does not happen a lot with black people, but from the white community they do, where you ask someone to be a surrogate mother and then you can come and apply. We also are doing what we then call the normal, where you are retrenched or you are dismissed, then you can come and apply for UIF. Then we've got ECOIDA, which is the Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Diseases Act. That is under Compensation Commissioner. That fund, what it does is, if you are injured on duty, you come and you claim. Because you were working and then you fell, maybe you broke an arm or a leg, then we are then able to assist. This fund operates like a medical aid. Where you go to the hospital, they are then able to call us, and then we'll give a pre-approval if they are going to do anything on you. We even go further to say, after you are discharged from hospital, we then take you to a rehabilitation center. We pay for that rehabilitation. We take it further and reintegrate you back into the community or into the workplace. What does that mean? It therefore means that if you no longer are able to do the job that you were doing, we give you a bursary. You can do any course of your choice where you are getting a new skill. Even the children of the parents who were pensioners under this fund, they are able to get those bursaries from us. We also do the chronic medication delivery. Then we've got public entities within the department. Public entities like the CCMA, the Supported Employment Enterprises, the Productivity South Africa, and NETLEC. CCMA, we all know, if you get dismissed, you go to CCMA, they then assist you with your unfair dismissal. When you go to the supported employment enterprises, this is one area that is very, very close to my heart, because I think within the South Africa in general, people don't know that we've got factories where we employ persons with disabilities solely. We focus on those people. What they do, they manufacture school furniture, they manufacture office furniture, home furniture. They also do linen, the hospital linen. MEC, I must indicate that the two factories that we have in the Eastern Cape, which is in Gqeberha, and another one is in East London, we have orders from Western Cape, and that has been coming as, I don't know since how long. And we do linen, the hospital linen for Grooteskier, for Tygerberg Hospital in the Western Cape, and they have been supporting these factories. But these are the factories that were created a very long time ago, 1946, during the World War, when the soldiers would come in. Then it was whites. They will come injured, they can't re-enter the market. So they were accommodated there. But now we are changing the face of the factories. There are more and more black people there. But what we do, we go and recruit from the special schools, because that's where these people are, so that we can give them employment. The factories are everywhere in the country, but in the Eastern Cape, we have these two. We also have the National Economic Development and Labour Council, which is the NETLEC. This is a council which has got your labor represented, business represented, government is represented, as well as community. The constituencies are all represented there. And they look at all the socio-economic policies of the country. Before those go to Parliament, they are first started there. I'll make an example. Remember when I started, I indicated that we are a member state of the ILO. And there is a recent ratification that we did as a country of Convention 190, which deals with elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work. That convention had to be domesticated, so we've got a code of good practice. So the code of good practice had to go via NETLEC before it went to Parliament, but I am happy to say we've got one for the country, and it's called the Code of Good Practice for the Elimination of Harassment in the Workplace. We are using workplace because in South Africa that is the terminology that we have. But in the main, NETLEC is used for such policies, and they are very, very, I think in terms of what they do within that space, they are able to come up with inputs which then get supported. We input them before they go to Parliament. I am done from my side, but what I would like to share with you as a parting shot, if you allow me, I would like to indicate that in the work or in the world of work, I will talk now from an employer's point of view. Prof has spoken and everyone has spoken, but I'm talking now from an employer's point of view. The expectation that we have from people who have come into the environment is that we're expecting people to be able to understand the policies. That is the reason why you'll find orientation. Because we want you to know what are the rules of this house. There is no house without a rule, isn't it? So if you come into, let's say, Department of Employment and Labour, first few months of you coming in, you'll get orientation. The expectation is that when you are in that orientation, you need to understand. Obviously, you're not going to understand everything because there are so many policies. But there are things that do not require talent that you should be having as a given. An example, coming early to work. You can't come late to work because now you feel into yobana when now you have arrived, then when now you just come ngexesha lakho. You need to be decent to other people, your behavior. Because when you come there, remember when now you are having a qualification, but you're going to find people who have been there for ages, people who are older than you, people who are not educated, but people who are going to supervise you and teach you the job. So you need to be considerate when you come and ensure that you take as much as you can. Because currently in government, the people that we have, they are leaving because they are older. So it's an opportunity for you that is coming in now. What it therefore means is that your attitude, it is very, very critical. Because if you are not going to be able to give this person an opportunity to teach you, you are not going to be able to know what is required from you. And at the end of the day, when you get that information, you must be able to raise your hand. I always say, don't ever limit yourself and say, I was employed to be a clerk. If there's a need for you to do something beyond the scope of what you were employed in, take that opportunity. Because at the end of the day, it's going to refine you and it's going to give you opportunity moving forward. Ask from those who have been there, Ubana, what can I do to empower myself so that you are able to get to the next level? Because remember, people who employed you, remember you would have come to the interview. People who had employed you, they have taken a chance. Remember, they don't know you. But they took a chance that this person seems to be okay, seems to be good, so you must not drop the ball and do izinto that are not going to take you to the next level and the organization. Because remember, the reason why you are employed is because there is a position that is available which requires you to do your best. Thank you so much.
Program directors, MEC, President, presenters, colleagues, guests zethu. Molweni bethuni? Nini right? Ni right? Ndicela ke i-target group yethu apha nini. Mna ndize kuni apha. Now I have only 15 or less minutes to talk. And my presentation is the one who's going to assist you to get a job or contribute towards you getting employment. So, ndiyacela ke nindimamele. Now, we've been doing this, I think last week and that week we were at Walter Sisulu doing the same program. Egcuwa, Mthatha, Queenstown, Nasa East London. Now our program now is going to be the TVET, the KSD, Elbode, Mkandoli, Engcobo, Nasemthatha. But I'm happy now to see that E40 is calling us to come and talk here. How I wish we can even go and talk to Forte, the one is East London. So I'm very happy to see the attendance ni Pumile. Ni right? Paya Mthatha, I've asked them one question before I present that. Nin mamele, but yes, mamele. Dabuz mbuzo pa. That kubo in Transkei there's a town which have 4 eyes. Yeyipi. Very good. Again, in Transkei there's a town which have 4 eyes. Yeyipi. Ilusikisiki. The second question, why was Shaka Zulu 30 centimeters long? Why was Shaka Zulu 30 centimeters long? He was a ruler. Thank you. All right. On a serious note, colleagues, can I continue from where Umpatuam left? Now, I think we've said this. Eastern Cape is faced with a high level of unemployment. And I fully agree. And it's clear I won't go there again. And the reason why is because there's a gap between what we have and what is required by the labor market. By this again, a mismatch. I'm not sure what exactly are we going to have after next year as it graduates. But what we have here as it graduates, I'm not sure whether is the labor market need what we have as it graduates. So by this again, a mismatch. Now, there are so many reasons. As you can see there, the low-level skills and education of work seekers, the lack of required experience by employers, and access of information. Those are the reasons why our graduates, they can't get employment. Now, as you can see, the problem statement, there are so many reasons why our people are unemployed. As you can see, they are saying it's because of technical changes, the global recession, the low interest on intermediary, I think we've visited, including the high inflation rate, interest and rates. So those are the different reasons why our people are unemployed in our country. Now, as we pass the public employment services, we are featuring then to assist the unemployment in a country. Now, our responsibility as public employment services is to contribute toward employment creation. We contribute, we assist you. How do we do that? Now, our function as UPES, we physically go out to employers to obtain vacancies, to request opportunities. Now, there are 4 key things which we are doing as public employment services. We register work seekers on our system. We do employment counseling. We do recruitment, selection, and placement. And lastly, there's a program which is called the Labor Active Program as part of contributing towards unemployment in our country. Now, let me take the first O. We have also, remember that all our units, there's an act which is attached. As public employment services, we need to comply as per the Employment Service Act 2014. As you can see, what we need to do, we need to register the unemployed on our system. We need to register the opportunities. We must do counseling. And we must place all opportunities we have. And then lastly, we must also try and ensure that we do a partnership with employers. Now, let me take the first service what we are doing, which I will request you colleagues to listen on this one. The Department of Labor, we have an IT portal system. Basically, this is an IT portal system. Now, which are based, you know, you ubayeke class system. This one is not a database. This one is linked to Home Affairs. When you capture your ID number on this system, Home Affairs will tell you that Trevor is still alive, he or she is married. Now, this system, if you capture your ID number on the system, it's going to tell you that he was working for labor for the last 30 years. So it means it's not a database, it's linked. We are in a process now to link the system to all tertiary institutions. When I capture your ID number, it's going to tell you that he or she was a student in the University of Fort Hare doing a master's in biblical studies, if you call it alone. Ungafumani umsebenzi ke wenze iBips. No, the reason why I'm saying this, MEC, a friend of mine was doing honors at Western Cape, when's the master's at BIPS, when's the PhD at BIPS. Now, ndimbuza ba chief uzawuphangela apha ngale way. Hayi ndizawumfundisa. Ndaba siyashumela man noba sino grade 12 ayikho le nto le. Now, ndamgqibela ke ubhuti esebenza kwenye museum phaa egade ubona zangonyama ziyomileyo phaa yomile njalo njalo. Now, our system, the IT portal, you can register on the system your personal particulars on this system, qualification, your interest, the work experience. Employers are also allowed to register their opportunities on this system. Now, when they have registered their opportunities and unemployed graduates on the system, what we do as DOL officials, we do a matching to check which are suitable candidates so that we can refer them to an employer so that they can be, I think, interviewed by the employer. And then labor, we don't do interview for employers. We just assist you to be able to respond to questions on the employer. Now we do the matching, and then our system will select the suitable candidates. Now you can visit all labor centers, and we have 16 labor centers. You can go to any labor center. I know Kukabasuga or Tamba, Kukabasuga Alfrenzo. In all the DMs, we have a local office. You can go to the labor center. You can go to any satellite office of DOL or any visiting points or in any kiosk in the labor center. Or if you don't want to go to those offices because of traffic, you can do this online. Or go to any outreach which is done by the Department of Labor. I was in Wusu, in Mthatha last week. I requested them to fill this form. This form is this system. Now, I told them that if you don't want to go to labor, you can do it online. You can use our website or you can use our link. As soon as you go inside there, you will see all the opportunities of the Department of Labor. Now, the only challenge is, which I've seen when I was at Wusu, I give them all these forms, these students, the graduates. Now, they fill this form on the first two parts, the particulars, the physical address. When it goes to the education part, by empty. Now, when the system matched you for employment, it matched you with a qualification, not because of uhlale. But you must tell us that you are a graduate. You have done ABCD. Because remember, from the requirements of the employer will give us the requirements so that the system will be able to match you. Then you'll be able to get a job. But only if the form is completed at field or you go to the labor center so they can assist you to fill the form. Nibambil? Now, the second service we are doing, after you've registered on the system, we do what we call recruitment, selection, and placement. I've said we are doing in networking with employers to request opportunities from employers, and they give us opportunities. To us as labor, even if it's a temporary job or a formal job or a training or internship or learnership, we regard that as a placement because we are going to get incentives. Now, what do we do after we've received those programs? We do the selection for the employer as per the requirements of the employer. We select, we screen, we assess, and then we refer to the employer. So candidates who are meeting the requirements as per requirements of the employer are usually referred to the employer. Even myself, when I was unemployed, I registered myself on the system. I was selected, screened, and then there was employment counseling done. Then I was referred to the employer with Department of Labor. And then I was placed, and here I am today as one of the work seekers which are on the system. Now, you can register on the system as you log on our system as an individual, and you can apply on opportunities. You need not to wait for labor to match you. You can do it online. If you can see any opportunity, just send your CV. When you go online, it's going to tell you that on the right, there's something that's going to say, apply for opportunities. Then you send your CV. When you capture that information on the system, you are creating a CV for you on the system of labor. And then it's going to send your requirements. And then we have a turnaround time of 6 working days to respond to the employer when they need any people to be referred for employment. Now, employers can even do that themselves, but they can't get the information. Remember of the POPI Act, they must come to us and say to labor, there are so many people who have been meshed and I think they are meeting the requirements. Can you assist and give us those work seekers? Now, the third service is called employment counseling. This done, I think Umpatwam did mention that we have 16 counselors with the principal psychology. Dr. Munich is here. And then currently we have 16 CC interns who are currently getting coaching and mentoring by our counselors. Our counselors are doing retrenchment counseling. If you get retrenched, they tell you and inform you how to cope with unemployment and where can you get job again. And then also the assessment, which have been already said by UMEM. And then Doc is here today for only 20 slides to present about the job hunting and other strategies. He's going to talk about that one. And then lastly, we do prepare work seekers for the working world. In summary, this is how we do it. We have the system which is called ESSA. On ESSA, the work seekers, the UI claimant, the school leavers, the unemployed graduates, they can register on our system. And then the employer, the government departments, or Masipala, any institutions, they can submit their opportunities on our system we call ESSA. Opportunities, vacancies, jobs on the system. And then we will ensure that the employer comply to the DOL legislations. Then after we've seen that, we will do the matching for the employer, and that's 100% as per the requirements. And then we do the screening for the employer. After the screening for the employer, we do something which is called a briefing session. We'll call the employer to come and talk to you, what exactly they need and exactly the possible questions for the interview. And then we'll do the referral. Then the employer will do the placement for us. And then after 30 days, the employer would say, from the referred candidates, so many have been placed and they are currently working for us. Except what we are currently doing, we have also another program which is called Labor Activation Program. I think this one is more on the entrepreneurship. We know not everybody will get a formal job. Currently, labor, there's money set aside by UIF to train the unemployed and train those who have been contributing towards UIF. So this program is funded by our head office. Anyone, if you know in your area that there's an employer or any like your development agency, if they want to train people, they can come to us and request a funding. The process for this one, what they do, they must submit a proposal to the Department of Labor. The proposal is going to be sent to our head office. We'll do the adjudication, and then it's going to be approved. After the approval, we are going to sign the funding agreement. And then from that system called ESSA, it's where we recruit the people, the unemployed. We don't just take the walk-ins, but you must go to our system and register, and then we recruit from the system, and then the implementation of the training, and then we do the monitoring. Now you can suggest or do your application on those two colleagues, Ungazis and Lovu, Nomatladi. And my presentation, I'm aware that it's going to be available up Forte if you want to recommend. Now, the last one, before I sit down, Chairperson, we have just officially launched an employment center in Mdantsane. You know, Mdantsane is the second largest township in our country after Soweto. Now, Mdantsane sibeke le employment center to assist all unemployed, to assist graduates abangena data bakwazi ufuna umsebenzi. Now, ayiwasemdantsane because isemdantsane. You can go nobongwa lapha eKing xa ukwela cala. You go to the employment center. Now, what you are doing, inside we have something which is called psychometric assessment class center. Now, we've done it so that it can be a one-stop shop, so that when you go there, all DOL services are done inside the center. We've attached plus minus 4 colleagues to assist all those who are going to that center. And we ensure that the people from Umdanzane and the surrounding, they are utilizing that center. And this center, colleagues, we've talked to stakeholders so that by utilize ingabi i-white horse imepa ingasebenzi. And we're trying to respond to idea ka President ka DDM. So anyone who wants to go there, the center is available and it's working. How does it work? It's a one-stop, I think, Benichilo. Abantu aba-able naba-disabled bayakwazi ungena. And it's fully equipped. It's in 2 areas, waiting area inside, a resource center where you can go and even afford pamphlets inside the class center. So i-center sebenzayo, endicela ubana ke sisebenzise, ndiwike ixesha ke colleagues. Inside the center, inside. The first area, i-kiosk, computer area, I think it's plus minus 40. You go to the kiosk, you can go to our ESA online, and then ukwazi ku-link yakwa labor, kula link yakwa productivity SA, you can go Hotmail, go Gmail, njalo njalo. So, and then secondly, inside the center, kune LFD TV ekhonywe apha for you to see all the opportunities ezikhoyo kwa labor. Ziyavela apha continuously. There's an opportunity yakwa labor khoyo, njalo njalo. Now, on the other side, the area number 2, we have an assessment center. Apho sends the assessment as by the request of the employer. The employer yafika ifuna assessor abantu yenziwa apha, and then no counselors bethu when they want to do job hunting skills, they do that on the same center. There's something I've missed. Colleagues, this is the contact numbers for the head of the department, Umamu Dojek. If you don't get a full service or we don't respond as per your expectation, you have a right to call her. Nansi number yak or umthumele WhatsApp ukhalaze. When we were coming here, there was a lady elifonelo mem abeceleni kwami. Akayazi ba ndim lo ucabuya ngicela apha kumem. I don't get hold of Trevor. I've been trying to phone him. He's not in his office, he's always outside. Last week he was in Tata. This week again, he's not in the office. Ufone like we are reporter apha kumem. Uthi mem, just hold a second. Nanku ecaleni kwami. So you have a right to report. And then there's another manager who called Umamungagi. Umamungagi is my immediate supervisor. I report to her. If you don't get service from Trevor, you can report me to her. And then here is my number. If you want to ask anything or you want to request this presentation, you can take my number. Or if you want to call me to go to your lali, area yako, ndiyobhalisa abantu abangaphangeliyo ku-system yakwa labor. I know ni active ni comrade abanye benu ni ngochomi ne counselors. You can call me to your lali to nasecaweni. I can go and talk to your church. Ndithengise abantu mabhalise ku-system yakwa labor. That's my number. You can call me. Remember, I've also said there's a program called ReUpload for training. This is a colleague of mine, Umama Ususnozi. You can talk to her if you want to ask anything about ReUpload. Inamba yakhe leya. Program director ngicela uma kule ndawo mhlakazi ngenxa ixesha wethu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khamwana. Right at that point, we want to make slight changes on the program. We're about to finish. We're left with just one presenter, I would say, because I am not counting MEC as one of the presenters. But allow me to call on board Advocate Mini to briefly introduce the MEC to us. And then afterwards, we'll call the doctor that will be coming from labor. President?
Ladies and gentlemen, I've also seen the presence of the SRC president. I look for you, my brother Eli. I didn't see you, but I'm happy that you are here. Your constituents have graced us quite well since this morning. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm here to introduce the Honorable MEC of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, also responsible for local government in the Eastern Cape, the Honorable Zolile Williams. The MEC is a former South African Youth Congress, ANC Youth League activist, the former student leader who led COSAS and SASCO, the trade unionist who led with distinction South African Trade Union, a former deputy regional secretary of the then Alwa North region, which is now known as Joe Gabi, the regional chairperson of the then Alwa North region, which is now known as Joe Gabi as well. He served in the following structures in the Provincial Executive Committee of the African National Congress. He served in the PC of Reverend Stoffile, whom we dearly known as University of Forte. He is an alumni of this university. He is a former lecturer of this university. And most importantly, he is a former chancellor of this university. May his soul rest in peace. He also served in the Provincial Executive Committee of Stone Sizani, who is now the High Commissioner and the Ambassador of South Africa in Berlin, Germany. He also served in the Provincial Executive Committee of Premier and Chairperson of the ANC, Phumulo Maswale. He served in various senior positions within local government for the past 20 years. So here we're talking about the competent and the seasoned administrator who has delivered successive clean audits for the municipality of Joe Gabi in his tenure and stay as a municipal manager in that municipality. He prides himself of his quality of work and is also a proudly South African. The time has come for South Africa, most importantly today as University of Forte, for all of us to stand up and combine our hands as welcoming the Honorable Minister and the Honorable MEC to the stage of the University of Forte. Let's all stand up and give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Can you take yours? Take yours, my brother. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Program Director. Greetings to the Chairperson of the Convocation, Advocate Andy Lemini. Greetings to all the fellow presenters that were making valued presentations in this critical and important event. Greetings to all the prospective employees of us. In the next 4 or 5 months, you will be applying in our departments as government. And I must tell you that we are ready for you. Firstly, let me thank the opportunity to be invited by the leadership of the Convocation to participate in this important workshop. But a brief history may be important before I really touch on the issues that I would like to address today. That after completing my matric, those times it was not with a bachelor's, we were saying it's an exemption. I was ready to attend university, and Forte was my priority. And then University of Cape Town was my second option. I applied, I was accepted in Forte. Then, when I was invited to come for psychometric test, interviews, and all those processes, there was no money to come here. Ultimately, I couldn't come to Forte to study law because I was going to study law. Couldn't come to Forte. UCT was worse because it will be a former white institution, very, very much expensive than Forte was. But then I then chose to come to the nearest town to Forte. And I was here in Fort Beaufort. Fort Beaufort, there's a college there to those people that come from Apple Fall, or there's a college called Cape College of Education. I went there, and instead of being a lawyer, I went to study teaching for 3 years. And many African kids find themselves in teaching as accident of lack of resources, and then because teaching was quite affordable, I could go and be a teacher. I used to come here to Forte because some of my friends were studying here. The rugby team of Forte was weaker than ours. Now we had a strong rugby team as Cape College of Education. We would come here, a stadium, and make a mess of Forte in the stadium. Now, when I wanted to do chair, the last point, when I wanted to do my PhD, 4 years ago, I came to Forte Bishop Branch. Unfortunately, the reception was not the perfect one. Having lost my time to come to Forte, 3.5 hours of driving, come here, nobody attends me. And I left Forte, I never returned. Only to return today to address the students. Look, there are 4 or 3 themes that I was given to speak on African leadership. African leadership, in my view, is a leadership perspective that is deeply embedded in African cultures, orientations, and African values. Whilst Africans cannot be an island, they are forced to interact with other citizens of the world and influence them and be influenced and learn about other civilizations. Once we all agree that there is a concept of African leadership, it implies that there is an expectation that such leadership, whilst it may have similarities with other civilizations, we expect to see our values being central in the leadership of African societies. Whether that leadership is in government, whether it is in business, whether it's traditional leadership, whether they are community-based organizations. My opinion on our current approach to leadership is that us as Africans are quick to abandon our own leadership styles and systems in order to absorb and imbibe other civilizations, whilst in the process we devalue our own values and cultures. This can be seen on how state institutions, including the state, our legislatures, the judiciary, are not firmly embedded in African orientations, cultures, and values, and are instead more of an extension of the Westminster system in both content and form. Xa singene legislature le ndigqitywa ufakwa kuyo kukho into ezibekwayo phambili pha legislature. Xa ungena pha legislature usondela pha uspika uhleli apha kwitafile nje kukho intongo enkulu enamagqudu both sides pha. Hleli ngapha nethi uspika afika ahlale pha wena xa ulilungu uyehla ungene xa ufika apha ngakuspika funeke uthi. Now, this is happening in an African country with African traditions and African values. But the approach is deeply embedded in our colonialists in an African country. Now, there's a challenge that we need to deal with as students in terms of making African courts, African legislatures, African state institutions to be reflective of African people. No one amongst us relates the current court system with the African approach to dealing with matters of disputes within the community. Therefore, it is very difficult to resolve some legal disputes affecting black communities because African people in South Africa have no common law record that reflects how such disputes were resolved, and currently such disputes are tested against European common law where the context is different and doesn't fit within the African context. We used to have a court system that plays itself out in rural areas. But there's no record of that system, which reflects us as African people. Now, the cases of our people in rural areas, when they are brought to the Westminster court system, there's no record of how our previous African cases were dealt with. Therefore, the record that is available is a Eurocentric record. Now you test a case of an African rural villager with the Westminster system. The result may not be correct. And when students, SRC president, when students said here in the past 5 years, we want a decolonialized education, they were meaning exactly those issues. They were clear. We're an African country, we must be embedded in African values and African traditions. African leadership is nuanced in the traditions of the African people, and where the society is conservative and imbued in their traditions, any leadership conduct that is viewed as undermining their expectations may have negative results. This can be seen in the case of the late President Meles Zenawi of Ethiopia. During the elections, President Zenawi agrees to have a TV interview with his political opponent. In terms of the Ethiopians, Zenawi is regarded very highly and cannot share a platform with a person whom they regard as useless, who has failed to produce food for his own village, who is a cattle thief. Now, these were serious perceptions which unfortunately were very fundamental to Ethiopians. Zenawi was quite reluctant to attend this interview, but in order to conform to Western democratic values of transparency and open society, he acquiesced and agreed to have the interview. The consequences were very bad for him, such that he lost the elections because the people of Ethiopia said he was sitting with a thief when they regarded him highly. But to conform to Westminster democratic system, he had to agree. He lost elections. We can only recover from the lost ground in promoting African leadership if we take our culture seriously as part of the superstructure and construct our institutions around the cultures of the African majority. You see, comrades, you're the politician. Okay. You see, colleagues, what is happening here is that we have normalized Eurocentrism such that ukuba bendifike apha ndathetha ispeech ngeXhosa, some of you would argue that inoba kafundanga kakuhle. And the test of academic acumen lanto yoklierishwa kwengqondo zethu size Africans yenza into bana when you look at an educated person umjonge ngothetha isiNgesi which is not his language or her language. Now, level of education siyithesta ngaloo nto nokusa abantwana bethu ezikolweni sithi uzawuthetha isiNgesi, which is not our language. Now, it is only in Africa where, as government, kule majority ingonwele ziqotholo lihle lapha phambi kwam. Andithi thina singonwele ziqothololo mos abantu abamnyama. Yes. Singonwele ziqothololo abantu abamnyama. Now kule majority sithetha isiNgesi. Now it means we devalue our own and promote what is not ours. Now, the Department of Education in the past year or two has come up with a program to say metric exams will be written in your languages, Xhosa or Sesotho. Everyone in the African communities uthi no kuzokwehlisa umgangatho. That's the power of how colonialism has cleared and cleaned our minds to recognize what is not ours and devalue what is ours. And we normalize it in our daily lives and think we're correct. So those are challenges I am trying to say are confronting us as the government, as the African people, to try and recover the lost ground and bring back African values and traditions into the fore. It is true that the culture of those who owns the means of production becomes dominant, and those that are dominated imbibe those cultures and normalize them in their daily lives. In my view, African leadership must always reflect the cultural values of the African society and and those leaders must be confident and competent in order to ensure that future generations have good lessons of excellence to learn from the leadership. Let us avoid the abandonment of our own values at the altar of satisfying external actors whose interest is to devalue our cultures and continue to portray us as being less human. Program Director, if I come to the question of leadership in the workplace, few issues I would like to raise. A workplace environment consists of three components: management, employee, and the work. These components are directed towards achieving the goal of the institution. There must be a continuous mutual relationship between the three components to ensure a prosperous and meaningful workplace environment. If one of the components is missing, there will be no meaningful industrial relations in the workplace. If there's no leadership in the workplace, who will lead employees and define each employee's role in the workplace? Who is going to give instructions? For any workplace to prosper, it requires continuous interaction between these three components. At the outset, I would like to say that no workplace can prosper without leadership. It can be a university, a company, a church, a school, a municipality, and any organization. It cannot survive and succeed without leadership. the caliber of leadership in the workplace of any organization is the lifeblood and the grave digger of any workplace. We who were thrown into the task of leadership at a very early age, it was important that we needed to understand that leadership must be based on humility. Humility can assist you as a leader to understand that the people you are leading are the foremost before you. And secondly, it says that you can't abuse your status as a leader to fulfill the interests of those you are representing. Iqala kubu SRC lando. Iqala ku SRC moslando. Iqala ku SRC lando ne. Mna ngelixesha ndifunda apha kwano college, I was the SRC president. Now, it was important to understand that ndimele abafundi. Xa bengabhalwayo no, look. At those times, colleagues, at those times, our colleges were led by people abasuka kwi old system of apartheid. When we got into those institutions, some of the people who should have received their certificates could not receive them because they were owing some few rands to the College of Education and could not get those certificates. And now umtu akadaqesheke because certificates isabanjiwe. So those things had to be dealt with. And the humility brings about that understanding. I'm talking now about leadership in the workplace, that Nina as leaders, because you are leaders in your own right. Now, in the workplace, you may go there now. Xa ufika pha kuthiwe ungu-supervisor of the team. It's important to understand your role and that you can't abuse the power you are given and then use it against the own people that you must serve. You know, ezinye izinto ezimdaka ezenziwa kurhulumente zimanyumnyezi, where you'll find people abusing leadership. Apha Eastern Cape mos nani ke nabone ephepheni, sex for jobs. Those are things that should be avoided at all costs by those in leadership position, because they must not abuse leadership. Okanye, you must pay me in order to be appointed in the municipality. I mean, when you get out of university, you don't have a cent. Now you are applying, somebody expects you to pay. Uzayithatha phi imali seqeshiwe yena lo mntu? You know, so there are those things that does not reflect good on leadership. So it's important that we know and understand in leadership. Leaders must possess good communication skills. Report back, taking people into confidence, tell them about all the challenges that are confronting them and all that. Where are you in terms of the process of helping them? Because if you are not doing that, then those are Those are challenges we are going to confront. Interpersonal skills. Leaders must possess good interpersonal skills. Ingabi inkokeli cold. You know, inkokeli must be able to interact with people and understand their challenges. Abapolitikayo bayamazi ke uMarx uthi uMarx, no leader can succeed when that leader is not within the masses. He must be embedded within the masses of our people. Then a leader must have good problem-solving skills. How do you solve people's problems? You must be empowered to understand that. And then a leader must be able to better understand finances so that you can help to a leader must be able to have the ability to see talent and also to retain talent. So when you see talent from someone, you must be able to retain it. Leadership, in my understanding, should not be competing with subordinates or staff. What you need to do is that when you've got strong staff members, those staff members can only make you shine as a leader. But now, if we're a proper self-actualization, where's the professor who was talking about? The prof was here, yeah. If you don't have proper self-actualization and internal confidence, once someone with better qualifications comes to the institution, just on the basis of qualifications, because your self-actualization is lacking, you already problematize the person based on qualifications. You don't even know the person. Now, leaders should not have those things. Instead, leadership must work with the resources available, nurture them, and ensure that those people are actually empowered to deliver on the objectives of the institution. Because without that, you know, the institution is going to collapse and fail. Leadership must have increased organizational agility with times. If the times are changing, we have to follow the fourth industrial revolution now. Leadership must be able to accommodate the changing circumstances. Ingabi ile yakudala is going to fail the institution. It must be agile and flexible to understand the changes. A leader must be motivated. I call it the Kokeli institution a dynamic njenge-forte umzekelo. Then you'll find the leader is demotivated. Isoloke ngathi nethwe imvula. Yabona is demotivated. Is a demotivated. You know, Nobia hamba isoloke. No. A leader must inspire confidence. He must inspire confidence. So that you know, so that when students see the leader, if they see the rector or they see their lecturer, students must be motivated by, we're going to get new knowledge, we're going to be empowered, we will know what to do, you know. A leader must inspire that type of confidence. And chair, before I step off, I'm available to lecture. whether I'm a visiting lecturer, whether I lecture every time on management and administration and political science. I can do that for the university, just as a contribution. A leader must be able to delegate. Delegate. That's a serious issue, Leo. A leader must be able to delegate. A leader can delegate. Self-actualization may be a problem and confidence. Because you think about hayi uba ndike ndadelegata ucomrade uMboxela uba makandenze lo msebenzi yo uzawuthatha ishayini yam. So I'm not going to delegate. Ephele busy ada yokuwa si-stress ngoba ugcina yonke into nguhlohle sakhe. Uyabona? Nguhlohle sakhe ugcine everything. No, a leader and a confidence. Look, colleagues. When you've got confidence, you can lead anyone. Mandikebezele le PhD wena advocate mini ne. Ndizoba ngu-rector apha. No, ndakugqibezela nje PhD not eye-bips. Not eye-bips. Ndawugqibezela nje PhD and come back and be a rector here. I will lead neza professors azindifundisa. I will lead them. Ngoku sizi professors. Because xa une confidence, you don't have to be worried about the academic qualifications of these people. These people are here to support you as a leader. What you do is to coordinate them to perform in terms of their skills. But if I want a skill, so coordinator, because a leader, ngulowo wenzelwa umsebenzi ngabanye. Engathi anindiva. If ndiqashiwe ngu-Honorable Premier Mabuyane as the MEC for Cogta, and ngoku mna ndifuna uzibona wonke umasipala ndenza ngokwam kuba ndandingu-municipal manager ndenza zonke izinto ngokwam ndawukholapsa. I need to motivate my team and say yani kubo. Then coordinate mna so that ba perform its tasks as required. Now Nina, as young leaders, a leader must have vision. Niyabona ke? Let me tell you, ndithe 4 months, you are going to be applying to be appointed. Ongenayo i-vision for the future, ongekayiboni imoto yakhe, ipolo yakhe nje, ayijonge so. Ngoku ehle lapha, uyabona ngoku silapha e-university. Xa elala esiqonda uba ndikwi-3rd year, umanemba nepicture yale polo man ndiyayibona. Akayithethi umane eyibona. Xa ebona le polo ubona ne-flat yakhe ahlala kuyo. You understand? You understand? Ubona ipolo, ubona i-flat. Ubona ipolo, ubona i-flat. These are drivers of the vision. Ongekayibona ipolo ne-flat in 4 months akazufumana msebenzi. Inene ndinifungisa uMagcaleka uma ongena vision yobana yena seyibona ipolo noba kayithethi man umane uzinyikile uba ndiyayibona kodwa ipolo. If you don't have that vision, ungugqubangile nje okwi-3rd year ungana vision, you are not going to be employed. Uza kothuka uzawuthi bayathakatha ontanga bakho xa beqashwa. Because when you have a vision, inyanzelisa into yobona ufunde how to do interviews ngoku. Abanye bayadistorta le nto ndiyithethayo. That vision of a polo and a flat makes you interested. Go to Google, ufunda uba interview ujonge ku Zoom xa ihlalele interview, how is it done? Uyaqonda? Okay, how do I empower more? So if the economist, how do I empower myself more on economic matters and debates? What are the contemporary issues around economics? Ne? Now you look at Zoom, ufunde pa, nanzika YouTube, umamele pa. Now, udriver la undifuna la polo. Ndifuna la polo, ndifuna na la flat. Okwesibini, if I can show you where we stayed as a family of 6, it was a shack single house. Now, if ufuna ukungabuyeli kwi shack single house, then your vision gets more motivated. You get clarity of your vision, clarity of thought. Now, as students, 3rd years, you must have clarity of thought. Once ube ngugqubangile, hayi uphuma pe university, sewunguphuza face klar. Sewunguphuza face klar. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. Get out of university, have vision, build on the vision, capacitate yourself. Xa ufika ndihlala kwi-interviews I've attended in 22 years of local government, I've sat in many interviews. Kweza interviews, I can immediately see uba ndiyamqasha lo ndiyamqasha, just because of knowledge. Noba iyashota because awukafiki mos wena awukasebenzi, but uyabonakala uba une-knowledge and everything, lo ndiyamqasha. And I only appoint competent people. Now, when you are readying yourself towards a workplace, be a leader, because le nto ndiyithethayo ngoku yilaa nto kuthiwa yi-self-leadership. Funeka uzikhokele. Yes, hayibo kanti. You can never lead other people ungakwazi uzikhokela wena. Okakwazi uzikhokela kukwazi uzidisciplina. Uba I can do this, I cannot do this. So that is about self-leadership. So you need then to lead yourself so that you can impact negatively to other people and to the society, because the society is waiting for you to come back and deliver to them. A leader must be positive. You know what, colleagues, before I step off, now, I'm just talking about positivity. I-directors zam zizawufika zithi, hey municipal manager, we're seeing into yobana we're going to have a decline in audit opinion. The most important audit opinion is an unqualified audit opinion without emphasis of matter. So it means uzisebenzise kakuhle resources the institution, akukho chaphaza nakwintoni na ubuyenza. Now ukwehla pha kulula to an opinion which is not that one, that is the best one. So managers will come to me and say, yo, this thing is going to collapse because we've got so many audit issues and so on and so on. What are they? Bazikaze. Oh, okay. Are you saying these are the issues? As those failures? Yes. Okay. Who's responsible for this? Apa ngubani. Oh, okay. No. Look, guys, we are not going to collapse in terms of the audit opinion. Ababantu, abalali namhlanje, they are going to do those audit queries and clear them. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, we're meeting again to look at whether they have cleared those audit queries. Utsho kanjalo ndithi yes, masambeni, go clear those things, sidibane ngomso tomorrow. Yabona municipal manager ongekho positive bezafika athi nithini? Yo nyani hayi masiyekeni. Masiyekeni guys. Akho nto zawuyenza masiyekeni. Now, you always have ube yi-visionary wena xa bengathi bayayekelela ubakhuthaza uba no, let's move forward. Ukhona nalapha mos apha mos nizii-groups, nine-groups of friends. Amongst you, there's always that one who's leading. There's always that one who's very organized to coordinate the team. Nonke nifika uba nine-different skills, but kuba nisahamba nje kumnandi anizazi uba these are roles you are going to play in the future, but they are really very, very important. Trustworthiness, sesino-corruption engaka, bubumenemene. Ubuqala esikolweni ke ubumenemene. Qala esikolweni. Ubuqala esikolweni ngoba umane usithi I've got a daughter who's equal to you nge-age. Uzawumane sithi Daddy, nam ndike ndahlala e-university, akazi undikhatha, angakhatha umakhulu wakhe, uMagcaleka, not me. Daddy, kufunwa imali apha, sizawuye auditorium. Uyaqonda? No, sizawuye auditorium, kufunwa imali. No, ndithi emihle ndiyayazi auditorium kaloku, sunixelela. Thethe enye into, uyaqonda? I-trustworthiness uyiqala up. Umanu uthatha more money pha kumzali abengenanto emane eboleka umama, umanu uthatha more money. Ngomso ungulo ofika kurhulumente abimali because ubuqale wayibendlini. A leadership must be trusted, get public resources. Finish and clear. Don't abuse public resources. A leadership must be educated, must empower him or herself so that he or she can be able to understand the role which he or she is supposed to play in the workplace. Because ukuba awuzi-empowerishanga, then uzaba nengxaki abantu aba-empowered osebenza nabo. Now you need to do that. Contemporary South Africa is fraught with case studies of corporations, departments, municipalities that placed leaders who were not fit for the purpose. And those institutions have ended up being run down. In a nutshell, Program Director, the caliber of leadership any organization must have determines the prosperity or the downfall of that organization. Thank you very much.
MEC, thank you very, very much. This was motivational. Also, kindly note that when we speak of leadership, it was not a matter of it being personal, but to state the facts as they are. Now I'm going to call upon Dr. Monique to come through. This is the last speaker before Advocate could make closing.
I'm just gonna wait for the presentation to project.
Ladies and gents, we'll be very, very brief. Please be patient. And also, I think there's beverages, your beverages and food, refreshments at NIAX. Oh, all right. They say they're gonna serve you here.
Okay. While they are setting up the laptop, my presentation is normally 40 minutes. So we'll try and cut it down to 4 minutes. All right. Nope. It's not responding.
It's not the one.
It's one on the wall. You put it on the desktop. There we go. Right. I've got some sweets to hand out. I would like to know for some people, where can you find a job? Put up your hand if you think you know. Where can you find a job? Right at the back, yes.
Okay, thank you. I can find a job from you.
From me? One sweet. Not 5, 1 sweet. Yes, from ESSA. We've had ESSA from the Department of Labor. That's one answer. Can I have another answer? Got a hand there and still at the back. Got 2 grand prizes.
Good afternoon, Doc. You can find job anywhere where you qualify and when you apply.
Yes, okay, so apply everywhere. Can we get a sweet there? At the back, right at the back. Right at the back. Okay.
Good afternoon. You can find a job on a company's website.
Company's websites, yes. Online, give her 5 sweets, please. Online. Online. We still haven't won the chocolate. There's one I've pre-picked. Yes? You can shout. It's here. Yes, okay. Now what methods, what platforms can you find work? Thank you. Newspaper, 5 sweets there, please. Lady in the corner.
Good afternoon, Doc. You can find a job on LinkedIn.
Your mic's not on?
On LinkedIn. LinkedIn.
Huh?
LinkedIn. LinkedIn. LinkedIn.
LinkedIn. Social media. You need to look everywhere for work. But mostly for graduates, social media is the way to go. All right. Okay. Right, so concentrate on that. When it comes to social media, those are some of the sites I want you to concentrate on. Sorry, this thing's just jumping around a bit. Those are the sites I want you to concentrate on. If you've got any sort of scientific background or a master's or doctorate, concentrate on ResearchGate. Facebook, you can also use that to find work, okay? There are a number of skills we don't have time for to go through with platforms like LinkedIn on how to make it even better. Those are some online platforms, all right? I found most of my jobs through Indeed, including my current job. PNet is another database. Please get on there. If you have any sort of social background, social sciences, get on ngopulse.net. There's some very nice jobs there. If you have a disability, DWDE sometimes has some jobs for just people with disabilities. All right, now we're flipping through my presentation again. You can see I covered quite a few topics. Right, to find work, you need to become mentally tough. You need to have determination. You need to believe in hard work. You need to manage your emotions. Someone touched on that. That's very important. And you need perseverance. Gross negative emotions. Emotions that are extremely negative will prevent you successfully job hunting or make it very difficult. Mentally tough people have a flexible, non-dogmatic mindset. They're more rational than most people. And they have faith and hope to find work. Someone also touched on the idea that your thoughts control your feelings determine your behavior. If you studied psychology, you haven't learned that, ask for your money back, because that is the basis, okay? So some thoughts help you find work, some don't. And I'm not saying positive thoughts lead to positive emotions, would lead to successful outcomes. Rational thoughts are much more preferable. They will lead to more controllable emotions, useful emotions, even useful negative emotions. And it will help you with your job hunting. Inappropriate negative emotions like depression, anxiety, fear, anger, high frustration, guilt, feeling hurt by others, shame and embarrassment will make your job hunting very difficult. However, it's appropriate sometimes to be sad when you didn't get that job, but you'll carry on. It's good to be concerned about the job interview. It's good to be a little bit nervous. I'm sorry, it is. It's not good to be too nervous. You won't perform that well. And when you have gross negative emotions, you tend to blame others and yourself more harshly. So, what is behind inappropriate emotions, which prevents you job hunting successfully and make the process very hard? Anyone? Put up your hand, please. Put up your hand. Yes? Depression. What is behind depression? Depression? Something else? What causes gross inappropriate emotions? Anyone put up their hand? Yes? Huh? Stress. Stress is a negative emotion. Where do your emotions come from? We've just... The psychology professor has just given the answer. Wow. Winning. Gross negative emotions come from dogmatic, irrational thoughts and beliefs. Okay? So, depression is caused not by what happens to you. It's not caused by those rejection letters. It happens by your perception of those rejection letters. You know, there are three job hunting belief systems that'll make your life very difficult. In fact, it'll make your working life difficult and it'll make it hard to find work. The three are, I must get a job or I'm no good. Or I must do well in this interview. Sorry, Sisi, I disagree with some of the stuff you said this morning. You know, I need this job, you must get this job, you can't mess it up. That is psychologically, you're putting more pressure on yourself. Okay, so I would avoid that. The world or the government must give me a job or they deserve to burn in hell. It should be easy to find work or the world is a terrible and awful place to live. Okay, you think like in these dogmatic lines, you have these core beliefs, you'll be very unhappy in life and it'll become very hard to find work. Okay, so the words must, ought, and should, quite simply, are the worst words in life, but including job hunting. A better mindset is a flexible mindset. That when bad things happen, when you get those rejection letters, when you're nervous about the interview, when you've studied, you don't get into that master's program, learn to be flexible. Think to yourself, I prefer I got that job, or I prefer I find work soon, but I know anything worthwhile takes time. I prefer to get this interview. Therefore, you will reduce gross negative emotions. I prefer they hire me. I prefer it was easy to find work, but anything worth achieving is hard. Do you see that? In a nutshell, two different mindsets. One will keep you motivated while job hunting because of a flexible, rational, scientific mindset. The other mindset, the must, ought, should, demanding that other people must do what you want them to do, demanding from yourself what must happen. Sometimes you can't always get that. So in a nutshell, 40 minutes lecture turned into 5 minutes. God bless you. Thank you for your time. All right.
Thank you very much, Doc, for this beautiful presentation. Guys, announcements. Then ubhuti advocate Andile eze ngaphambili. Do you have any?
Okay.
You're gonna be served here. Uyeza ukutya.
Ayek. Uxolweni bantu bakona college. Ayeye forte ayeye. Ayeye forte ayeye. Lo yeye wena uyavakala bani lambile noko ngo. Ingxaki ngoku anizukwazi utya ningekathethi. Yabona masidila nto kuthiwa ndimi indlela ndimi ubomi. Ndimi inyaniso. Akho nami yoye kutyeni engaye ngam. Bonke abakholwayo babalambile mabakholelwe kum. All right, we have now come to the end, and my simple duty now is to give a special thanks to everybody who have graced this occasion, and as part of gracing this occasion, most importantly to our speakers who came here and made sense to the students of the University of Fort Hare, to the speakers from the Department of Labor, Mr. Katurura, Sis Nomfundo, Sis Mavui Mboxela, our two able and vibrant masters of ceremony today, and most importantly also to our MEC, JP and the team from the advancement. Thank you a million times, Gary. It's good to see you, my brother. And as far, I think all of you are still here. Mr. President of the SRC and your constituents who have graced this occasion. Thank you very much. As the colleagues were speaking here, I was reminded of a certain gentleman who was a student here at Fort Hare, Umbasa Metuse. Mbasa went into an interview monitoring and evaluation manager somewhere in Sentin. So I think Advocate Ngugai Toby dropped him and I was going to pick him up from the interviews. So Mbasa is not a monitoring and evaluation specialist, But for some reason, he decided to apply for this job and is called. So they start asking him questions. How would you prevent illicit financial outflows from the institution? The only thing he knows that this position is about monitoring and evaluation. In his answering of question, he says, we are first going to monitor the situation and evaluate what are these financial inflows all about. The proper thing is to evaluate. You know, comrades from SASCO, they like doing that thing. And perhaps we'll monitor and evaluate. So the second question comes. What are the strategies that we'd employ in ensuring that we reduce risk in the institution? The key and the proper element of this aspect is to evaluate the risk and monitor how it will come about. So he says there was a gentleman seated in front of him. He said, hey, we are wasting our time. I think this interview is over. So there was also another one, Mr. Khamngoni. Yeah. We went to do interviews at, I think I was still a chair of Maibuye then. This gentleman works at Department of Education. I will not tell you his name. He applied to be a CFO. Just before we start interviews, we were seated outside next to the venue, we'll be interviewing them. So this gentleman, I think he had a serious discussion with his ancestors the day before that. And now he wanted to further the discussion in the area. So he goes to the bathroom. And these bathrooms are not soundproofed. So he goes there. I figure, ay, kiyabona ke mahlobi. Ndifikile kule ndawo. Ndicela uba zenigade. Now I'm going to chair the interviews. So, Lechepi bicela mahlobi bayigade. He's the worst performing in these interviews. Amahlobi akayigadanga. I wouldn't be in a chance. So we're very happy, colleagues, to gather like this. And like I said in the morning, it really ignites memories. I remember one of the serious crimes that we have committed, MEC, while we were still in the SRC, we gathered here and there was a student congress. So I was president. And there was a serious issue about students who could not write their own supplementary exams. And the biggest mistake could be attributed to the university that did not write them letters to remind them about the supplementary exams. So we sat down with the registrar. It was still Dr. Mokhotian at the time. And we agreed that the SRC must write a submission to the office of the registrar. It would then be processed to the Senate of the university for the same issue. And we did not write that submission. As SRC, we did not. So we're coming here to the Student Congress. Dr. Mukhotiana is here. She stood here and she was busy lambasting. SRC cannot take responsibility. We said they must write an item and they did not. So we said we think of a counter strategy. We cannot allow her to do this. This is our consequence. She cannot lambast us, so we must do a counter. So when I stand up, I say, no, I think registrar, she's probably mistaken. Quite busy in her office that she can't even realize important documents that we deliver in the office. Like the submission we've submitted. That submission was submitted. It was submitted by one of our officials, personally delivered to your office. So we're speaking carefully chosen words. It was nice to be a student. And now, Doc, she says, I must investigate this. The SRC must tell us who did they give that submission to. So we quickly went to the office. The following day, we convened a meeting. Mbasa Blake was an academic affairs officer. So we said, Mbasa, it was your failure not to submit. So sithe phasi ambisile item. Sawuthi sinike bani? Hey, we started cracking our skull. There was a gentleman here called Mr. Makopian. And out of the blue, we start brainstorming, say, no, sadisini kuma kopian. So we go to a registrar's office, quite confident, in high spirit. Doka ukaifumana la submission. Ape ofisini yakho. Would no, it's not, you see, it's con. Would be ninika bansiti Mr. Makopian. So Mr. Makopian is asking us from the side, guys, are you sure I was here? When we said, no, we're here. We gave you. So the argument must balance. We submitted it. It was silliness of being a student. But now, this matter we didn't know that it has serious implications. So Sia must be charged. He must be charged for dereliction of duties, all this serious English, negligent handling of important documents. And we look at the charges. So we call each other, we say, no, let's not cooperate because we are the only witness in the trial. So we're not going to cooperate, we're not going to attend the trial. We want to confess that it was not true, but we can't. Let's stick with this. So it was all that, and later I think, Mr. Katuru, if you were here at the time, we delivered a very resounding, strong argument in the University Senate. And I think Dr. Woods and Professor Zinn, they were co-chairing the Senate, and they agreed that the students have convinced us. They delivered a very good argument. So all the students wrote the exam and everybody was happy. But we could not donate our constituency to the registrar. So, gentlemen and ladies, with those few stories in remembering good memories about this university, we thank all of you for having graced the occasion. And MEC Williams is a brand new MEC from the box. He's still energetic. But most importantly, he's an intellectual. I'm sure you'd have heard when he was talking. Unlike many politicians who get lost when they take the podium, he takes the podium and he speaks sense, he knows what to say. And let's give him a round of applause. We will facilitate JP. I'm a member of the council in this university for the second time. I was a member of the council in my academic stay. I'm a member of the council now. We'll also facilitate, I'll speak to the Vice Chancellor that through the university program of empowering leadership, whether it's through the FIC or it's through Forte Solutions, we'll find a way that he be given space in the university to come and deliver these resounding lectures to the university and inculcate leadership and to create a collaborative relationship between the provincial government and the University of Forte. To the Department of Labor, the sustainable relations that we've created, we want those relations to be sustained. We don't want one night stand kind of a relationship. People who have been in a one night stand relationship, they know it angers one party. In a one night stand relationship, one partner is happy, one is so angry. How can he do this? I thought this thing was for real. I enjoyed it. I thought he was also, you saw. So we don't want that kind of relationship. We want when they enjoy to plow back to the society must also enjoy to receive the knowledge. So we'll be proceeding with that kind of relationship. To all our colleagues in the university, Mr. Katurura and others, and the deputy head of the psychology department who spoke very well also here, we sifuna basibambisaneni. Ubuchule bokhokhela kukutyumbona ngokuchubelana. Ubukhali bengqondo kukuba masoyikane sihloniphaneni, so sifuna ukwenza loo nto ke. Colleagues, thank you very much. And I think we have come officially now to the end of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you ever so much, President of the Convocation of the University of Fort Hare. It's been a session, I must say. I've got a few announcements before we part our ways today. The first one being that the university has made provision for catering, and you'll be served at the venue as you leave. Secondly, the university has issued a questionnaire. Okay, there's a survey they are embarking on, so there is a QR code that they want you to, maybe can you say that for me?
There, all right. In order for us to again repeat this, we would really be grateful if you can just scan the QR code and just complete a very quick 2-minute survey for us before you leave. I think it's just very important for us to get everyone's views on this day.
And lastly, as we are about to leave, the Department of Labor also has a questionnaire. It is at the back with the registration ladies. Remember, Mr. Khamngwana, when you spoke, he talked about the form and that ESSA system that you have to put on your register. So there is that form. You should as well make sure that you get a copy, populate that form and resubmit it. Is there anything that you want to contribute?
No, thank you very much for being a beautiful co-director. There's only one last announcement, so that my guests will be there so that we can take pictures as we were giving them some gifts.
We'll hand out gifts to that other side too.
Yes.
Just a token of appreciation. We'll be led by the President of the Convocation. Thank you.
SSC President, please join us. Nolu.
MEC uzawunikwa.
I don't think so. Yeah, they said that's for the MEC. Okay, you can see. It would be better
Please do not move. Please.
And I hope the students leave through this exit, not through that second exit, in an orderly queue so that there's not stampeding through the queue. No problem.
Yes.
I would like to take this opportunity and thank all my lecturers and also thank the University of Fort Hare for this wonderful opportunity that they have granted me.
For encompassing me with an education.
For the great support that they've shown throughout my whole academic years.
For giving me this opportunity to be who I wanted to be from a very young age.
And I'm so grateful to all my lecturers for always just being there for us as students.
For their support.
They have managed to support me financially, spiritually and emotionally in all areas of life.
So I would really encourage everyone to come to Fort Hare.
It's quite a cool experience to be part of it.
Because of the diversity and the support and all the incredible people we get to meet at Fort Hare.
The school offers all the resources that you require for you to succeed in everything that you do.
The University of Fort Hare as a home is really a home.
They are friendly and they are kind and they are welcoming.
Being at UFH, it's a different story. You are home, away from home.
Had I not come here, I wouldn't be here today.
A new era has dawned on the University of Fort Hare.
To honor our past and to craft a bright future, we have committed to a decade of renewal.
We continue to build the bright future on century-old foundations.
Strong governance, a brand new university council, and a compelling future vision.
But our real celebration is over our new infrastructure. In 2 years, we built and completed the largest student housing development project in South Africa.
An improved and dignified campus life experience is no longer a dream,
but a reality for students of University of Fort Hare.
These are spaces for our students to live and learn with dignity, where diversity and difference are celebrated.
The journey was not only ours. We want to thank our partners, the Department of Higher Education and Training, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, and the European Union.
Thank you to my colleagues and the University of Fort Hare project team for steering this project through calm and turbulent waters.
And there's a message from students from all our faculty.
Thank you.
Realibucha.
Dangi.
Siabulela.
Tatenda.
Enkosi. We are moving forward in our decade of renewal. Together in excellence.
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 I would like to take this opportunity and thank all my lecturers and